50. So what?
Afternoon. Who have we got from Saka?
Doc, yes, I've just promoted you to be a panelist. You are supposed to enter as a panelist. So
Oh, I didn't do that.
yeah,
Okay.
tell me
I'll say Joe.
the other one so that I can promote them. Doc,
Okay, thanks. Thanks. I've done it now. I see we've got 58 participants already.
yes. So
And
what?
our other members that are presenting, are they
Yeah,
happy?
tell me their name so that I can promote them to be in the panel.
We've got Louis
Louis.
Kutzer, Louis Kutzer, and
Okay, I
we
found.
have Nkosi Kulu.
Okay, I'm promote
Nkosi,
them.
just his full name, Nkosi Corner.
Nkosi.
Yeah, Nkosi Corner.
Nkosi.
You find him.
No, Nkosi, if you are hearing me, please raise your hand.
He might still be joining. We're
Okay,
5 minutes before, so
okay. Zama in
yeah, in summer, please.
Sfanele, okay, this is Sfanele. Okay. Yes, Sfanele. See. Louis. Yes, Louis is not in. Okay, who else? Prof.
It's dark. It's well, we've got Zama. Have you got him? And then otherwise we need Nkosi, but I think he hasn't joined. He's just spoken to me on the phone, so
Oh, okay, Nkosi. Okay, no. Nkosi Nkulu.
yes, that's him. Yeah,
So
found him.
now he ran away. Nkosi
Okay.
Nkulu. Promoted. As far, please call Zama because I can't find him there.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll phone him. Or is Svanele gonna phone him?
yeah.
Svanele
Spanel.
is going to. Okay.
Good
Well,
afternoon.
afternoon, Nkosi.
How's everyone doing?
Right. So, colleagues, I'm sure you do have what like quite a lot, 82 now who have joined.
Yes.
Then Zama, when Zama joined in, we will then add him. So let me leave you to start. So even the people who are attending, they're actually listening to what we are saying, which is
Yes, I
fine.
understand. Yeah. What I wanted to know, we are not at 2 o'clock yet, so I think we should just leave it because the participants there's still more joining. Do you have a certain number that we are looking for?
All in all, we have got 230 260 something, let's say
Candidates.
4. So there should be 200. Yeah.
Okay, but not everyone might join on time.
Yeah,
But
let
I
me.
do think we should wait a little bit, say 2 o'clock, and just give it a little bit longer, maybe 5 past. Would that be
Okay.
fine? Just to give people a chance to join.
Oh, yes. No, no, it's fine.
Thanks. Okay, we'll just wait for that then.
Okay.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I also joined.
Afternoon, Louis.
Absolutely. Don't worry. Excuse me, Louis. Would you just mind waiting a moment because I will share the screen with the PowerPoint that shows the program, and then I'll hand over to you once I've run through the first few overviews. Is that okay? You are sharing your screen at the moment. Thanks.
Greetings, colleagues. This is Sfanele Matebula from SACAP. I see that our participants are still joining in. Can we just give them some 4 more minutes so that we can start, say, at 2:10. Thank you so much.
Svanele, do you want to start? Just
Thank you,
introduce.
Doctor. Greetings, colleagues. I acknowledge everybody here present, the panelists as well as the participants. We would like to welcome you to this PPE preparation webinar. The purpose of this webinar is to assist our candidates to get an understanding and a feel of what the examination entails and to get them prepared for the upcoming PPE exam. Our candidates have to note that the assistance that they will be getting today, or rather even the questions that might be discussed today, are not per se the questions in the exam, but they seek to just get candidates to understand what the exam is about and how to go about responding to questions in the exam. Our panelists consist of Dr. Magdalene Klute, Mr. Louis Kotsie, Nkosikona Kulu, and Zama Mzamo of SACAP. The panelists will take over and they will do the presentation to you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Svanele. Zama, before we start, would you like to add anything? Introduce yourself. I'm not sure if the candidates know you yet.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Good afternoon to everyone in the meeting. My name is Zama Mzamo. I'm the new education officer. I will be helping you with accessing the meeting, talking through the PPE applications and the reviews and payments, and I'll be assisting with anything in regard to the PPE. Any questions you would like to know, I'll be happy to assist. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zama. I see there's a hand raised from Mr. Musi. Can we just hear what the question is? Are they able to speak or do they need to, yeah. There are hands raised. Okay. Svanele, how does this work? I'm not sure how the webinar is set up.
Okay, Doctor, let me just quickly call Mr. Munetsi just to understand if we can be able to allow our participants to speak here.
Otherwise, I'm going to ask that they type the questions in the chat. That might be more constructive at this point.
Correct, Doctor. Agreed.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Okay. So while we resolve, for now, please, if you have questions, please type them in the chat and then you can lower your hands. Otherwise, just for myself, I'm from UKZN, based in Durban, and I have been in practice as well as in academics for quite some time. So SACAP's asked me to assist with this process with my colleagues. We've got Louis, and he will also introduce himself briefly, as well as Nkosi. All of us, and we do have another person who will join us next Saturday, Miss Yasmin Muller, but she wasn't available for today's session. So just to explain, because we have these two webinars both on Saturdays and this week's one, what we're going to do is we're going to cover both papers. So I understand that there might be people only writing one of the two. I know in the past webinars would be hosted first for paper one and then for paper two. We hope not to cause any confusion. This is the content that we will be covering. I'm just going to do a basic overview of the exam content for each paper, and study materials, just briefly cover that. Then Louis is going to take us through the Act and the Code of Conduct. And of course, he's going to speak more on practicing architecture as a professional as well as practicing entities. I'll discuss the architectural work stages and touch on the professional fees. Louis is going to come back in, and this is when we move more to the paper 2 components of the forms of contract. And project management will be handled by Nkosi, and then we'll speak, and I don't think it's just going to be me, we'll just speak more generally about approaches to the examination. For today, we have not set up mock questions. There are previous exam papers that you can refer to, and I can clarify later on how available that is. But we want to create an overview, and then the more detailed things, like we know that the payment certificate in paper 2 is always quite challenging, so we're going to spend more time on that, as well as the fee proposal, the actual calculations. We will also spend more time on that. And what we suggest is that if there are particular things by the end of the session that you feel we need to include in next week's Saturday session, then we can do that. We will start earlier next week. We're going to start at 9 a.m., not at 2, which will help. I think that's one of the things that people might find a little bit challenging, is it was very short notice, not just for you. We thought it will be next week, so we've brought it forward, and we're going to do the best job we can to help facilitate the process. I'm gonna, Louis and Nkosi, would you like to briefly introduce yourself before I carry on?
Yes, thanks a lot, Dr. Klute. My name is Louis Kutze. I'm a senior professional architectural technologist, and I'm also in a legal profession. So thank you for having me today. I'm going to present item number 2 and item number 5 today. Thank you, Dr. Klute.
Thank you, Louis. Nkosi?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nkosi Kulu. I am a senior professional architectural technologist. I've been in the practice now almost going to 10 years now. So yeah, I'm part of the panel in which you will be presenting today. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Okay, so let's run with this. Good. So this is just the introduction. I just want to check, is the full screen visible at the moment? Swanele, can we see everything? Or Louis, I see you still unmuted.
Yes, we can see on our
Yes,
end.
doctor, we can see your screen.
There's no black boxes in front of me. No, it's just sometimes it happens.
No,
Okay.
it's clear.
Yeah. All right. So this is just a basic introduction. The PPE exam structure. I know it's a little bit tricky now to really see hands raised and kind of have a discussion. But I think what's really important is that you know which papers you are writing, if you are writing paper 1 and 2, and what the syllabus for each of these papers are. If you are not clear on that, all of this information is available on the SACP website. And if Zama, that's just introduced himself, is the person that you will be able to contact if you need any more of the information. I think at the end of the session, we'll just recap where those things are and where you can find them. What is also important is that all of you who will be writing this exam have been practicing in some form under mentorship. So as much as there is a syllabus and there are content that you can read up on and that you can kind of get from this webinar and from other information, there's also the information that you would have learned through the 2 years of your work experience. And you need to bring that with you when you come to the exams. I think specifically paper 2, it's really important. So the exam does assess readiness for you to practice. There is a focus on legal and ethical procedural architectural frameworks. And I think there, Louis' section on the Act, the Architects Act and the Code of Conduct is really critical, that you understand you are entering a profession. And although it's an exam and that's quite stressful, it's really about making sure that you're ready and that you understand the responsibilities that you'll be carrying forward. That is what the papers are set out to provide. It's not to trick you into failing, it's really making sure that you're ready. So the PPE validates candidates' competency and preparedness for the professional architectural responsibilities, basically what I just said. And it should demonstrate practical application of the principles, not just memorizing the different, the different components. And that's why what you would find if you start looking at the previous exam papers, that there's often a scenario, a description of a professional that is handling a certain situation. And if you were that person, how would you deal with that situation? It's to mimic those kind of scenarios, so that when this is marked, that SACP and professionals are reassured that you understand what the requirements are. That's what the exam's about. So the statutory regulations that we are dealing with, obviously there's the Professional Architectural Profession Act and building regulations. The building regulations is a key component of what we do as a profession, and it's the legal foundation. There's a lot of professional responsibilities and the ethics that comes along with it. And that's where the code of conduct comes in, and that we're going to discuss in more detail. And the role of SACP regulates the profession. It maintains standards, promotes public safety, and ensures ongoing professional development. So you need to understand that you're entering this body in in a different capacity moving forward. So just this explains it again in more detail, and what the VAs, where their role is, kind of support, advocacy, educational resources recognized by SACP. If they're not recognized by SACP, then they're not legal, so to say. And then also SACP and associations promote CPD activities and networking. So this all forms the background, and some of these things could be in a paper that you need to know about, what a VA is, which ones there are. So all of that information is actually in the books. Please type your questions in the chat. I see another hand. So the core legal principles, there's law of contract, delict, agency, and property law. It defines the professional responsibilities and liabilities in architecture. There's the Built Environment Legislation, the CBE Act. So these are all government acts, and again, Louis will elaborate on that in a moment. Professional practice laws, again, I think Louis is going to touch on that. And application and professional work, understanding and applying legal standards, protects clients' interests and public welfare in architectural practice. Just on a kind of very practical perspective, if your client wants to start building before you have building approval, what's your role as a professional? Do you encourage them to do this, or do you provide them with the correct ethical response to abide by the legal standards and not to start building before the plans are approved? So that's just a very basic practical application of that role. So understand the exam requirements, please. There is a syllabus. We'll show the study guideline just now, and I know Louis' work that he's going to show comes directly from that. I think it's very comprehensive. I really think that you've been provided with very good guidelines. There's a lot of information available. Maybe that's the problem, it's too much, and how do you sift through that? So I think that is really critical. Focus on the application, as I said. So when you are going through that practice guideline after professional exam guideline, look at all those scenarios and the tips, and we'll open that document up later on to go through it in more detail. And use past papers, look at the scenario questions. It's really important. And yeah, stay updated with any other industry developments and other legal frameworks like the SANS documents, the regulations, how they may have changed, and how your local authorities might have different ways of implementing things. So now I'm gonna this is my next section. So Louis, I'm just going to briefly share just show the practice guideline, and then I'm going to hand over to you. Just go back to that. And we are aware of all the questions in the chat, but please type them. The hand raised currently, please type your question and we will go through that slowly. So just, yeah, to make sure that you all know what I'm talking about. If you have not got this document yet, you need to find it. It's, and Svanele or Zama, can you please just briefly explain where all this material is on SACUP's website so that candidates know, or if it's been sent to them? I'm not sure how it's provided.
Okay, thanks, Doc. All this information is uploaded on when you go to the SACUP website, you go to regulations, then under regulations, you will go to education. Then under education is under professional practice examination.
Yeah.
But if maybe candidates don't have some of this information, they can just let us know. I can just maybe share the documents with them after maybe the meeting.
That's a good idea. I think if anyone feel that they don't have all the information, then that's right. So just I think this document is really valuable because it does provide all this information in a lot of detail, and it covers the main points that should be covered in the exam. There's paper 1, as well as paper 2, and all the supplementary kind of information that is there that you can look at. And the way it's set up is very clear and very easy to understand. So yeah, so this provides you with all of that information. Most of my presentation came from this anyway, so I'm just going to hand over to Louis now to continue. I see there's another hand. Please type your question in the chat. I'm going to look at the chat just now.
Thank you, Dr. Klitter. I'm trying to share my screen. Can you all see my screen?
At the moment, we're seeing your searching for your file. So if you want to open that file up, yes, we can see your screen, but we see your your files.
All right, so you are screen sharing, it says on my side, and the first one is webinar 04/10/2025. I don't know.
Can you
Maybe,
open that up?
pardon?
You need to open up the PowerPoint.
All right, open up the PowerPoint. Okay,
Yeah.
I hear what you say. So let me just see, how do I do that slideshow? And then from beginning, will it help?
Yeah. Let's just see if it's going to work. I'm still just seeing your Explorer. What you need to do, Louis, is when you go to share screen, make sure you choose the right window.
Window. All right, let me
Just stop sharing, yeah, and go open it up again.
share.
When you go to share, just choose, if you've got that PowerPoint open, you should be able to see it. So just while you're doing that, I see there's a lot of questions in the Q&A. Thank you for that. We will be going through that. How long? It's a good question. We are aiming for about 3 hours, maybe 4. The recording will be shared. The chat is disabled, but you can use this Q&A. So yes, Louis, we can now see.
Perfect.
Okay, so Zama and Svanele, I see there is a lot of questions. So please, just if there's answers that you can type from SACUP side while Louis is presenting, please do that. I'm gonna mute now.
Thank you,
so
Doctor.
you can start.
Thank you, Dr. Klitter. Yes, today's webinar, the content is the welcome and introduction was done by Dr. Klitter. We're going to focus on the architectural profession, the Act, and then the Code of Conduct. And then later on today, we will do the forms of contract specifically. Right. So when you enter the space, learning is fun. Same with Dr. Klute. We are academics in a sense, and we study a lot. So learning is fun, and your cooperation is expected, and your positive attitude and mutual respect are part of everything that we do and say. The legal framework to support the integrity and consequences of action of the professional, and that is captured in the legislation. And if you look at the legislation, it all starts with the Constitution of South Africa, and then the Council for the Built Environment Act 43 of 2000 is promulgated, and it speaks to the Constitution of South Africa as well. From there is several other acts. The Architectural Profession Act 44 of 2000 was the is one of the legislation that is now applicable. The Landscape Professional Act, the Engineering Profession, the South African Council for Property Evaluators, the SA Council for the P&C Management Profession, and the SA Council for the QS Profession, Quantity Surveyor Profession, Act 49 2000. So you can see there's a lot of acts coupled to the Council for the Built Environment Act, but we are going to focus mainly on the Architectural Professional Act that is applicable to us. The Act established the CBE, the Council for the Built Environment, outlines its role in coordinating the various professional councils in the built environment. They advise government, promote the public interest in the built environment sector. So you can see that South African Council for the Architectural Profession, SACAP, stems from the Architectural Professional Act 44 of 2000. So the definitions that is coupled to the Act is the built environment, the built environment profession, the council, as well as the councils for the professions. And it means to provide for the establishment of a juristic person to be known as the council for the built environment. And that is now the council that we normally refer to provide for the composition, functions, powers, assets, rights, duties, financing of such a council, and to provide for matters connected therewith. Now, the object of the council is to promote and protect the interest of the public in the built environment. And we must focus on the public specifically because I'm also sitting on the disciplinary committee and the investigative committee. Previously, I was on the disciplinary committee, currently on the investigative committee, and that is where the public normally bring the architectural profession list to the council to say that they took their money without drawing the plans, or they didn't complete the process. So it is to protect the interest of the public. It's furthermore also promote and maintain a sustainable built environment and natural environment, promote ongoing human resource development in the built environment, facilitate participation by the built environment professions in integrated development in the context of national goals, and promote the appropriate standards of health, safety, and environment protection within the built environment. So you can see there's a number of aspects like health, safety, and environmental protection, very important as well. And there's some legal consequences of that. The council may advise government. The council is also responsible for public health and safety and the environment. And if we think of some projects, specifically in George's area, that big contract that was there, public health and safety, to communicate to the minister information on matters of public importance, make recommendations to the minister on the composition, functions, assets, rights, employees, and financing of the council, and advise the minister with regard to the amendment of this act. Then the powers of the CBE, the Council for the Built Environment, composition of the council, the appointment of members of council, removal from office, and the powers of the executive committee. So there's the questions that we normally see in the examinations from the old exam papers. There's some questions to say, define the built environment, define the council, define the councils for the professions. Name the objects of the council. What are some other functions, powers, and duties of the council? And the definitions, we can see the built environment means the field within which the registered persons practice. Council means a council for the built environment. Councils for the professions mean all of those, and it's all, in your book, your handout. You can see there's various professions that is now covered there, including engineering council and the council for the landscape architectural profession, etc. Some of the objects of the council, we already covered that in the previous slides. So you can see there's a question in the exam papers, and you need to know that. Other functions, powers, and duties of the council, and we covered that in the previous slide as well. So the next portion is the Architectural Professional Act, and we must know the number of the Act, obviously, Act number 44 of 2000. It means the South African Council for the Architectural Profession, SACAP functions, it's all included there. So the Act was designed to provide for the establishment, the powers and the functions of SACAP. And we need to know what is the abbreviation of SACAP, what it means. And the Act also sets standards for registering architectural professionals and firms, ensuring high standards of professionalism in the architectural sector. Right, the brief overview of SACAP is there are some definitions. There's establishment and functions of the council, registration and practice, education and training, very important, legal and disciplinary matters. I alluded to that earlier on. Then there's general provisions, transitional provisions, and miscellaneous provisions. Now, the purpose is to provide for the establishment of a juristic person to be known as the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. Right. Then there's some definitions that we must know. It's also exam questions. Accredited, actively practice, candidate, actively practice. Sorry about that. What a candidate means, what the CBE means, what is a registered person, and what is a rule. So you can see there's some examination questions with all of those that I mentioned. And the answers is on the right-hand side there. We already discussed that. I just want to highlight one or two. Actively practice means to practice on an ongoing basis in one of the categories contemplated in Section 18. Right, and a registered person means a person registered under one of the categories referred to in Section 18. And a rule means a rule made in force under this Act. Now, why is a council established? To regulate and promote the architectural profession in South Africa. There is many councils that is established. SACAP is established for a specific purpose. I belong to another profession, the Legal Practice Council. They also established in terms of other activities, and there's examinations to be written there, and you need to do your articles. So there's, for every council, there is some rules and regulations to be able to become a professional. The other powers, some of the powers of the council is administrative powers, powers of the council with regard to registration of architectural professionals, powers of the council with regards to fees and charges. There's always fees to be paid. There was a circular circulated not so long ago, I think it's 2 or 3 days back, for registration as well. And the council can make such rules and regulations. And then there's general powers of the council. The funds of the council, very important. The duties, they need to do keep auditing of accounts, and they need to make sure that there's a clean audit. Report to the council for the built environment. Then there's committees of the council. I mentioned two of those that I sit on. There's also the RPL committee. There's also the education committee, and some others. And there's some categories of registration from architect uh, down to all the other professions as well, candidate architects, etc., etc. And then there's a registration process. And you need to know the categories of registration as well. I'm sure you're familiar with that. What are some other powers of the council and other duties of the council? We will debate it just now. The typical exam questions is listed on this slide here. The administrative powers of the council up to the general powers of the council. And you can see we already debated that. Everything that we debated is going to be in the exam papers. It's been asked in the past before. Powers of the council, those powers that's indicated in red. Powers of the council with regards to fees, we indicated that the council may determine application fees, registration fees, annual fees. Then the council may also do other things that is now displayed there with regard to education and architecture. Right. So that is all the powers of the council. The second portion that we're going to debate is the code of conduct. So all of us that belong to the council, to SACAP, need to abide to a code of conduct. And in all professions, there's codes of conduct that one have to abide to. If you think of the medical profession and the architectural profession, the legal profession, and a lot of other professions, there's always code of conduct. So Board Notice 7 of 2021 of SACAP, there's a code of conduct that is now registered in Board Notice 7 of 2021. It's established by SACAP. The code outlines ethical, very important ethical, and professional standards to ensure that architects act with integrity and responsibility, crucial for maintaining public trust and upholding the profession's reputation. The 8 rules, important for exam, can be traced to basic principles of integrity. Now, there's the 8 rules. Rule number 1 is integrity. Rule number 2 is competency. Rule number 3 is honest promotion of services. Rule 4, administrative functions. Establishment of architectural practice is rule number 5, public interest and environmental protection. Rule 6, Rule 7, regulation of foreign architectural professionals. And Rule 8, very important, disciplinary processes. Now, all these rules here have an effect with the disciplinary processes. If you do not honestly promote your services, call yourself an architect instead of a senior professional architectural technologist where you are registered in, then that is not honesty. And then you can't promote yourself as an architect if you're not. If you think of the integrity, if you deal with a client, that is called integrity. And there's many other aspects where you can also deal with the integrity. And the same with the competency. If you are not able to do a fenestration calculation, then you are not really competent, in my view. So there's a rule 2 that can also be used in the disciplinary processes, etc. So let's start with the first one of the rules, integrity. That is now to ensure that there's a standard of honesty and integrity that underpins this code of conduct when performing architectural work. And architectural registered professionals must at all times act with honesty and integrity, not take somebody's money and then do not pitch up and draw the plans. because there's a lot of disciplinary inquiries with regards to that. Then the second one is competency. You shall discharge all the duties to the employer, the client, the agent, the associate, and the public with due skill, diligence, and competence. Shall be reasonably possible, make appropriate arrangements for the fulfillment of professional obligations in the event of incapacity and or absence from work and the ability to perform work. Shall only undertake architectural work which is identified for the category of registration in which they are registered for. Very important, that 2.3 as well. Some people want to draw a plan for the hospital, and then they are not registered in that category of registration. So then you rather get somebody else that is registered to be able to do that. Promotion of services, and this is where we deal with the honesty when you describe yourself in the professional category of registration. There's a lot of people that on their letterhead they indicate that they are architect, and they are not. So we see that on a daily basis with our disciplinary inquiries. Then administrative functions. You shall ensure as a registered person that before you undertake any professional work, you enter into a written agreement with a client, the PROXO agreement, and we will deal with the PROXO agreement a little bit later on. There was some disciplinary cases that we came across where there was a verbal agreement, and the verbal agreement is, although a verbal agreement it's okay, but it should rather be in writing. You know, it's like having you can't have a verbal will, because it's not valid. In a written agreement, then if nobody can say that the terms and the conditions they do not agree with. If it's a verbal agreement, people can still take a chance, and then you need a witness and all that. So it's proper and it is sound to have a written agreement with a client, where you indicate the proof of professional registration, the scope of the architectural work, the scope of the service to be provided, the allocation and limitation of responsibilities. And that it shall not change in terms of the appointment, including the scope of work, without a written instruction of or approval of the client. That's a normal standard clause that we normally put into any contract, even if it's a lease agreement, that any change must be in writing. So 4.2 is very, very important. And you will see in your profession, especially when you start off, maybe the first 2 or 3 or 4 appointments is going smooth, but then there might be a hiccup. And if it's not written, it is not said. So written agreement, very important. Rule number 5, the establishment of the architectural practice. If you can establish yourself in terms of a PTY limited, in terms of a CC, or in terms of shareholding. There's various types of ways and means that you can establish the architectural practice. And it's good to do it, in terms of another legal person, which is now a PTY limited, or you can't do a closed corporation anymore unless you buy a closed corporation name from the shelf. And there's some attorneys that sell that. But you need to establish yourself properly as a business. And that should be on your letterhead as well. On your letterhead, you must indicate who is the partners and who is the architects, and is it the PTY Limited, is it directors, etc., etc. And you must inform the council, 5.2, in terms of any changes in the name, in the type, the address, and composition of a practice, and its termination within 30 days of the relevant occurrence. The registered persons, principals of the practice shall display their registration certificates in a prominent place in the physical and the virtual workplace, so that everyone know that you are registered. or not. Rule 6, public interest and environmental protection. It's in the past, 30 years ago when I drew my first plan, it wasn't this important, but nowadays it becomes even more important. And that is why there's fenestration calculations to ensure that we do not use a lot of electricity, and various others. And there's various acts that's now been promulgated since the 90s. And you can see now that registered persons shall, in the performance of their duties, take all reasonable measures to the best of their expertise and knowledge to minimize any adverse impact on the environment, respect the constitutional rights of individuals and communities that could be affected by the work, comply with an NBR, and that's Act 103, 1977, the Town Planning Schemes, National Heritage Resources Act 25 of 1999, and other built environment laws or other applicable laws governing the works. Foreign architectural professionals, rule number 7. All foreign architectural persons must comply with Architectural Professional Act 44 of 2000. No foreign architectural person shall be authorized to practice architecture in South Africa unless they have applied and have been granted registration by council for the duration of the specific contract. I can remember we had a case like that where there's a person that was registered in Namibia. That she was first year and then she went to Namibia and cancelled her registration year, and then there was a case and she had to it was a special dispensation and we had to really break our heads on that one, but eventually she had to register with SACAP Council in South Africa as well. And you can see that this rule number 7 applies to all other professions as well. My son that is in Australia is a civil engineer, and he had to he just recently got registered in I think it's yes, in Australia. There's 2 registrations in that specific area, so he had to get double registration in Australia, and he's now cancelling his registration in South Africa. But when he's back, he need to renew the registration in South Africa as well. Then rule number 8, for every profession there is disciplinary processes, and it's set out in sections 28 to 33 of the Act, and in investigations and disciplinary hearings, and appeal procedures established under the auditors. 154 of 2009 is the so the rules published under Board Notice 154 of 2009 are hereby repealed, subject to Section 12.2 of the Interpretation Act 33 of 1957. But I'm sure if we look at the board notice, we will be able to see the disciplinary processes set out. So then, ladies and gentlemen, we have some examination questions regarding the previous code of ethics that we just explained. So how many rules does a code of conduct have? List the description of the rules and provide one accompanying sub-rule and under the main rule. So you can see there's 8 of them, 8 rules of the code of conduct, and rule 1 is integrity. Rule 2 is competency. Rule number 3 is honest promotion of services. Rule number 4, administrative functions. Rule number 5, establishment of the architectural practice. Rule number 6, public interest in environmental protection. Rule number 7, regulation of foreign architectural professionals. And rule number 8 is disciplinary processes. Dr. Klute, thank you for having me. This is the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louis. I think it's very thorough and there's a lot of information that you've covered. I have seen there is a lot of questions that's been going in and out on the chat. And one of the things was, are we covering the same content? I think there will be a slight difference. I did mention it earlier on. is that we will focus in more depth on the fee proposal calculations and specifically the uh, payment certificates on for paper 2 next session. And there are where we find that we may have gaps today, or if people have particular sections that they want us to cover, we will do that next week. So just to clarify that. And Kosi, you can carry on with your section. And Kosi, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, Doctor. I'm just about to share the
Perfect.
screen.
Thank you.
Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes, well, at the moment we're seeing your Zoom screen, but yes, now you're on your correct one. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll be covering basically if you had to start a business in the architectural field. So once you become a professional, as everyone is, well, the attendees are candidates at the moment. Once you become a professional, you are able to open up a practice. And by that, you then need to abide to the laws, and you would also need to start understanding how you would employ people. You would also need to adhere to all the tax requirements. So it is crucial that there are models that you need to follow with SACAP to ensure that your practice is registered. And also it is critical that we
Kosi, you are
then also
breaking up a
follow
little bit.
21 of 2008. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm not sure if it's me. Swanela, can you just confirm, was it also breaking up on your side?
Also breaking up on my
Yes,
side.
yes, Doctor. Yes, it is breaking up on my side as well.
And Kosi, is
Apologies.
there, I'm not sure how you can deal with that. I know this is very challenging, but they may not have caught everything that you said. Just the last sentence or so, maybe repeat that. Do you want to carry on? We're not hearing you. Okay, stop sharing there. Just give them a moment to.
Apologies, I've got some connection issues.
Okay, that's okay. See if you can just try and resolve that. We'll keep you posted if we can hear you. It breaks up again.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Apologies, I had some connection issues there. So I don't know when it cut, but I was initially mentioning that as the candidates then become professionals, they are legally able to open up a practice. And then also that they would need to abide by the laws that govern opening up a architectural firm, and those would be then broken down into what those requirements are. They are broken down by SACAP, and we also then look at how you as a person who owns a architectural practice would need to also look into how you employ people and how do you then acquire work to also keep that company afloat, and then also following all the tax requirements that would be expected from you from SARS. So I of 2008, you need to comply with that act also taking into consideration the Professions Act 48 of 2000. So in this day and age, due to issues of low earnings and graduates and professionals not earning enough, um, this issue then focuses on people then initially ensuring that they are forced to build business models that combat issues like low earnings and being dependent as an employee. So you can also
Sorry, Mr. Kulu.
yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Kulu. It looks like your screen stopped sharing.
Well, apologies.
Thank you.
Let me try and reconnect. Could you please confirm if it's back on?
I can see your
Yes.
screen.
Yes, it's back. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So then this will ensure that we need to design our architectural practices around the issues that are faced, also being the real world issues that are being we are able to build architectural practices that ensure that we keep up to date with technology. So architecture being redefined, we then focus on the financial prospect and to ensure that we enhance in, okay, no, I'm sorry, apologies, I'm on the wrong point. So what I was meant to be saying is that what the architectural business would then ensure we'd need to introduce a value-based system as opposed to a predominant time or project cost-based fee calculation. So we would then, in architecture being redefined, would need to redefine it by value allow that for greater financial prospects. The essence architecture design is a problem solving tool through structural processes, and you and your business should follow the same principles. Let we have an example there, as shared on the screen, of how the architectural practice could implement certain design elements to ensure that it does follow and ensures that it is on point. We would ensure that you do a site analysis, concept design, construction drawings, specifications, and supervision. So these are examples of things that you could use in your practice, that you could offer those services. And then to ensure that the design, your business is equipped, and to ensure that you are up to date, you need to ensure that you do market research, and then ensure that you do your business model ideation, and then you ensure that all the services that you're offering are market relevant. So we also ensuring that how we make that happen is that we would have to look at the guidelines that are provided by SACAP, for example. Where they offer fee guidelines that you need to follow. So it's critical that candidates do understand the fee structures and how they work, and the different models that you can use in the fee structures. Like, you can use your time-based fee calculation, and using the others. We would be going into more detail with what those look like in our next week's session. So you would also need to ensure that your client management systems are up to date, and also that your business model follows new and improved ways of practicing in the architectural profession. So things that you can consider adding to your architectural practice to ensure that you get more earnings is you can introduce CPD training and accreditations. So in that, you'll be hosting facility workshops from company data, which does not compromise your IP, your intellectual property, basically, but definitely promotes your firm's expertise. And then you can also start looking at technology consulting, where you use in-house BIM and offer services that use AI integration for your drawings, generating your drawings and utilizing BIM and client visualization. So that is critical in the sense that it makes your client understand, because not all clients are able to read plans. So your practice needs to be diverse in a sense that you are able to use BIM tools and AI to ensure that if your client is not able to read plans, you are able to explain and present in other methods in which the client is able to visualize what is basically you are proposing as a design. And then you also look at your productization. You can also sell template drawing sets and checklists, pro forma contracts, or Rivet families as a way of earning more of an income. And then you can also add design for development, where you collaborate on property developments, where you are rewarded with equity and revenue shares, not just the once-off fee. So that is another method in which you're not only just thinking of the now, but looking at a income that comes that you receive over and over a period of time. And then you can also look at strategic facilitations, where you offer services such as urban development advisory, community consultation, or climate smart audits for schools, NGOs, and municipalities. So it is critical that we all get an understanding of how to set up your own firm, and how AI can impact the new era, in a sense that new businesses can then come up, and AI is used then to increase production, and also ensure that the accuracy, in a sense that right now, just as an example, in practice at the moment, instead of going out to do your as built physically using a tape measure, you can use a laser device. There are also 3D scanners that are being used currently to increase accuracy and also speed. So it's critical that today's companies follow with development of technology, as t- architecture is definitely one of those that impact everybody's lives. So it is critical that we follow suit. I think that is all from me on this topic. I'll go into more detail on the next session. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Nkosi. I think it's so relevant what you just and how you highlighted that doing architecture can be done in different ways. And as much as we, especially when students come and study, they all want to design buildings. And that is obviously a key component of what we do, but there's many ways of practicing, and I really appreciate that you've highlighted that. And yeah, just here at the end, touching on the AI, I think that's really another thing that we need to just realize, because what you might have is clients coming with designs that they've generated AI and asking you to develop plans for it. So you've got to think on your feet these days. You've always had to as an architect, but I think it's becoming more onerous. I'm going to suggest that we have a 10-minute break, Swanele and Zama. I just think everyone needs a few minutes just to stretch their legs and get water before we carry on. Is that okay?
That's okay, Doctor. Agreed.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to stop the recording or pause it so that people don't, when they listen to the recording, they won't see the break. It might be
Yes,
helpful.
I'll pause it. I'll
So
pause it.
if we are back at 3:25, that would be perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So we've done quite a bit of what we want to do today, and what I'm going to cover now is an overview of. It's really more about professional fees, but it also introduces the architectural work stages. I'm going to run through some generic slides that just gives us the most basic kind of, it outlines what the fees are based on and how we approach them. And then I'll go to the study guide to just show you how it's actually very well explained in there. And then what we could do is we can do a fee calculation example next week. I haven't prepared that for this week. So the first thing is that we have 6 work stages, and we'll unpack them just now, from inception to closeout. So from the moment that a project might be, a client might approach you with an idea for a building until it's completed. And each of these stages have different types of responsibilities and different, but also very specific deliverables. And each of the different stages are very important to the success of the projects. The other thing is that architectural work stages are both contractual and fee, and forms the basis for our fees. When we are approached by a client to design, let's just go for the most basic, a house. they might say to you that they would like you to be involved. They've got, this is their idea, this is their site. They don't know yet what their budget is, and they'd like you to be involved throughout until they can move in. That would cover all the work stages because you would be involved through the process of designing it, developing it, integrating with consultants, um, getting a cost for it, getting approval for the actual building process, as well as the construction phase, and then close out is getting it the occupancy certificate so that they can actually move in. So that would be that. And if a client does that, you need to know what those work stages are, and this provides a basis for us that the standard fees would be based on all these work stages. So inception is what I just described. The client arrives with an idea of wanting a building. And as you can see, the percentage for that is quite low generally, because it doesn't take a lot unless they want a feasibility study. If it's a company and they want a feasibility study, that might require more detail, and that's something else. It's not within these normal work stages. We'll discuss that briefly as well. Then concept and viability is where you start looking at conceptual design ideas, and you look at the viability of the project. Is their idea of building this specific project actually viable within their budget, as well as for where they want to situate it? Is their ideas viable? Is it doable? Design development is then moving forward, and you can see if you look at the percentage there, it grows. It's a higher percentage because there's more work involved, and at this stage, you definitely will be involving your different consultants, your engineers. If there's a surveyor involved, if there's interior designers, or different consultants that might need to be inform your development, that's when you will do that. Documentation, which I think many of us are involved in that and quite familiar with it. This is engaging with our local authority. It's actually getting legal approval for what you have designed. So although documentation sits here, when you are busy with design development, you're really thinking around your SANS requirements. You cannot be designing without meeting building regulations. And sometimes clients want things which are outside of the scope of what is allowable. So it needs, and that's, I think, why design development is a higher percentage. The documentation is really putting it out there in the format that is required to get local authority approval. And depending on where you are in South Africa, it might be a two-stage process. Where we are in eThekwini, we have two stages. We have town planning approval first, and then we go through the building regulations and all the different departments look at it. So, but I've heard that other cities work differently. And it's also how that's done depends. We have an online system that's generally quite effective. And other places apparently still work by hand, smaller towns. So that's a whole ball game on its own. Procurement is whether you go to tender, you get people to actually price for the job. You can see that the percentage here is slightly higher because often this requires more detailed drawings as well, because you may not have done all the detailed design that is required for a tender document to be pulled up, or for a contractor to give a price on the job during local authority drawings, because they don't need to see all that detail. This is where, if you have a QS on board, they will come into play quite a lot and really influence the way that you work, and make sure that the project is done properly. Sometimes tenders are run through the QSs, not through us as architects or architectural professionals, but that depends. And then construction phase, this I think we'll handle a little bit more in detail in the next session when Louis explains different forms of contracts, where you might be the principal agent running the project, being the agent for between the clients and the employer and the contractor, or the client and the contractor. You're the agents and you administer the contract, and there's a whole lot of responsibilities that you carry, apart from the fact that you're still making sure that they're building what you are designing. And I mean, quite often during this phase, it becomes very complicated because clients change their mind or the needs change, and there's a lot of things like that that happens. And in closeouts, as you can see, is quite a small percentage at the end. So when we look at sorry, this thing is annoying me. When we look at the scope of service, obviously there's a standard scope which would cover all of those things. This means the comprehensive service stages is you are doing all the work stages, and when you develop a fee proposal, you need to include everything. Partial and additional service is a different component of this, and you might be appointed only, as I mentioned, up to, well, I haven't mentioned that, but quite often clients only want you to get local authority approval. They then appoint a contractor to take it further during the construction phase, and your involvement might be only if they have questions or if there's a slight design change. So that would be a partial service. Other forms of partial services is obviously if you might be a design architect, or you might be more on the document side. Your company is really good at the technical details and the management, the project management on site, and the administration of contracts on site. So that might be your role. This often happens when a client might have an architect that does work for a company. Say you are based in Durban, but the company designing the school for one of the school systems, like take Kira schools, they have a main architect that they work with. The design comes here. You then are appointed only for stages 4, 5, and 6, because you will only do procurement, you will do the construction phase and the closeout. You have nothing to do with the design stages. So those are partial services. In terms of the work stages, there are other forms of additional services. If you are someone who might have a good knack for project management, that might be an additional service that you provide, where there's already an architect on board and you only do the project management. Or on top of your normal services, as an architectural professional, you are really good at visualization and rendering. That might not be in your normal scope. Or the interior design, for example, maybe you actually design furniture and that becomes part of your services. It wouldn't be included in the basic fee structure. You would need to find a way of, use a fee structure that allows for that separately. So the other thing to consider is service agreements include ethics, responsibility, and termination clauses for clarity. And I think there's a lot of tension around this, the contractual considerations when you are doing when you're engaging with clients, because in my own experience, especially with kind of private people, not companies, they're quite reluctant to sign any agreement. They're very happy to, once you send them a fee proposal, they approve that and they work on that basis. So you always need to add a signature to that. I've had, in my personal experience, had very few clients who actually sign a client architect agreement, which is the one, the SIRE one I use. I know of other professionals that I engage with who have drawn up their own form of agreement, and it is good. At the times where I've had that kind of client architect agreement in place, it's been very helpful because quite often there's changes. I've not had a situation where there was a termination, but quite often there's changes along the way, and then the client architect agreement protects you as a professional on how do you deal with those changes. And maybe there's a long delay in the process of the project between stages. So the fees that you originally agreed on would have increased because, life becomes more expensive. Or the project costs have changed because the scope of the project have changed. So all of those things, if you have an agreement, should be in that. And I think Louis might cover more of that later on. So what is really important also is that to be able to understand your services and the scope of your services is to define them very clearly. Set out in writing what is it that you intend to do. Are you going to just do a basic drawing for people? Are you going to spend time doing various design options to develop the design with them? Are you going to engage with contractors to approach different contracts, actually go through a formal tender process? It really depends. If you're working in a big practice, these things are normal because you would be dealing with companies rather than private people. But if you're a smaller company, which I think a lot of people end up doing, is there's always this kind of thing of there's not necessarily that much clarity. And I think it's really critical to put that in place, to make a list of this is the scope of my work. Anything outside of the scope will be additionally, there will be an additional fee. And then you can always add a rate to that as well. So that's just kind of the background to that. Let me just find my arrow. So these are the different forms of agreements. I'm not going to go into detail, Louis. I think you're going to cover them. I mentioned I've used the SIRE Client Architect Agreement. There's also the SACP Client Professional Project Agreement, which is quite useful and very detailed, and the PROSCO suite of agreements, which is a more formal approach still. Whichever one you use, I think it's really important to look at it quite carefully and decide which is most appropriate. And for smaller projects, with some carefulness, you could probably draw up your own form of agreement. But I think there we can get the legal advice as well from Louis. And what these agreements do is that they do outline the engagement terms, the deliverables, the intellectual property rights, a little bit of what Nkosi was talking about earlier on, and how different people are responsible for different things. So when a client doesn't pay you, you've got something to fall back on. So in terms of the professional fees and overview, SACP on an annual basis provides a fee guideline. And I think it's quite important to keep that in mind. It's a guideline. It's not set in stone. You cannot hold a client by it. And the reason for that is not that they don't want to provide us with a good fee structure, is that it's very complicated because every practice is different. Every project is different. So they create a scenario of this is a standard size practice. These are kind of normal types of projects. These are the kind of fees that could be accrued from it. And this is a formula that's based on these very standard circumstances. So therefore, it cannot be, it has to be a guideline. So you need to understand that, and I think it's important to remember that. So there's different methods. The one is the project cost-based, and the other one is the time-based methods. We will go through that in a little bit more detail. There's different factors which influence the way that your fees are structured. So it is dependent on the project complexity, the scope of the services, and the risks involved in the project. And we will look at that also a little bit more detail. Again, coming back to formal agreements to safeguard deferred remuneration or avoid pro bono work unless it's really, I think you have good reasons for doing pro bono work. Sometimes we do, but it's about protecting your professionals, the professionals legally, that we have these agreements in place. And then fee calculation accuracy. I think we don't really have excuses for this anymore. I know during the exam it might be a stressful situation and you might make small errors, but the critical thing is to understand how it is done and what formulas to apply. That's really the basis of how you need to answer the questions. But once you have to do your own fee proposals, and we understand that if you are working for someone at the moment, you might not have been in the position where you have had to draw up a fee proposal. So I kind of understand that it might be quite difficult. I've done a lot of them, and you have to double, triple, 5 times double check yourself. I've seen where some practices actually develop a system. It's like a schedule that's already set up on Excel or those other clever kind of programs, that's the applications that does the calculations for you. So you simply enter the different variables and it helps you to do accurate calculations. It's really important because the last thing you want is your client is actually in the finance business and he understands numbers much better than you. We're generally more visual people. So if you know it's not your strength, make sure that you use a system for checking and for making sure that you're doing it accurately. But yeah, most important is using the calculation systems that we have or the guidelines that we have. So the two basic methods, the project cost based it's based on a percentage of the total project cost suited for defined project scopes. The time-based fee is fees that you calculate the hours that you will be working, and it's generally better when it's flexible and there are variable timelines. It's also a rate that's used for all those additional services, not in the scope necessarily. There are also standard rates for fees that you can search for and that you can use. And it comes back to really accurate calculation. What's not in here, I think we cover it later on, is additional costs like travel costs and disbursements. Although disbursements have become less because you're not printing all the work anymore. You're sending a lot of things digitally. I find that my disbursements charges have become very minimal. Even the way that we communicate, we used to have a phone line that you have to pay, so you would track how many phone calls was made, and that gets billed back to the client. But these days, with the way that we're functioning and the way that things have changed, you might be using a Teams call, which doesn't cost anything, or a WhatsApp call that also doesn't cost anything. So, I think it's really dependable on where we're at, and that's where Nkosi's comment on you need to be aware of the kind of the place in time that we are in and how that is affecting your practice. Okay, let me just drink water. I will show the fee tables just now, which is in that guideline. So project complexity levels, we have defined complexity of low, medium, and high, and that affects the fee percentages and the way that we calculate. It's really important that you look at that, and that actually goes back to the IDOW, which we haven't covered today, and I will cover that next time round. That is determined at what level you can practice depending on your registration category. So if you are a draftsperson, you might not be dealing with high complexity projects. So it influences what you as a professional may do on your own. However, you could be working in an office and you could be tasked to assist the team with developing a calculation for a high complexity project. So I think it's really important for everyone, doesn't matter what category you are, to understand the full scope of it and to be able to do any of these calculations, because really it's just a different percentage in the end and a slightly different number that you're using. So there are the detailed fee tables. We'll look at them just now. And the other thing to consider is VAT. Some clients are VAT registered. Some of the big architectural companies might also be. Some contractors are VAT registered. So just how that actually influence the way your fees are done. And that we add that obviously onto our work. Financial planning importance. Understanding the complexity ratings is crucial for accurate quoting and financial planning and project management. I think Nkosi will deal a little bit more in terms of this and project management. What it speaks to is really understanding that you are at the start of the project and you're trying to plan for the full length of a project that might be for 2 years or for 5 years or only for 6 months. So how do you envisage the full scope of this cost that you're going to, the cost to the client, and come up with a fee for that? So what this says also in terms of this specific requirement is that you need to be competent in assessing a project complexity and apply correct fee structure that's relevant to this. So I've looked at previous papers and I see that sometimes you ask the question, something is described, a scenario, and then you might be asked what complexity level would this be, or it could be built into a fee proposal where the description is given and then you are asked to choose which of the fee tables you will actually be using. So that means you also need to understand the complexity of the project. So it's important to look at those descriptions. I've just taken this directly from the workbook, the guideline. So low complexity is simple buildings or groups of buildings, could be groups, it's not just one, in an uncomplicated grouping with low impact on its environment. Okay, sorry, this is in the wrong place, but that should be here. So I think what's important in these complexity ratings is things like your environmental issues. Environmental impact means, is there a nature conservation area near your site? Is there is there a stream? Is there a very steep slope? Is the soil conditions quite difficult? Or if we go to buildings which are in heritage areas, is there a heritage structure on your site? Are you working on a building with any kind of heritage that influences it? All of those immediately would put it into the next phase. Then if you look at it, the second point is about low performance requirements, simple utilitarian character, design in detail, and constructed using standard low-tech building methods. So there's nothing too fancy about the design. It's basic construction, bricks and mortar, a tin roof, and it's just following building regulations. There's really nothing too difficult about it. And then the last one is also minimal mechanical and electrical services are required. It's just the basic electrical layout and very minimal mechanical. It might be, some kind of mechanical ventilation system in your in the bathrooms, or maybe an air conditioning in 1 or 2 offices, but it's not the whole full Monty. So medium complexity obviously engages with a slightly more complex situation. There's medium, and you can see the word medium kind of, we're still dealing with relatively uncomplicated groupings and medium impact on environments. Again, average character of the design and detail required, not too complex structural or civil works, and again, mechanical and electrical equipment that could be normally handled by design, supply, specialist contractors. So you won't necessarily need a electrical engineer or a mechanical engineer involved. I think that's the main thing that comes through here. And then at the last, at kind of the higher complexity, you can imagine here you are in a conservation area in terms of environmental. You might be dealing with or a building which are for a really high profile client that needs that want the most advanced technologies and like the facade treatment and would like all the best environmental kind of systems in place. And you're going to have all these specialists on board, an environmental consultant. There will be mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. There might be a data or a kind of ICS specialist on how the communications will be integrated into the building. So those are kind of what we mean with complexity. And it might be really large as well. Like a big new shopping center, for example, is definitely high complexity. And the rates, what this really means in terms of fees is that we have to acknowledge that the kind of architectural work that we have to do on a high complexity will require higher fees because your team will be different. You will have a team working on this, whereas the low complexity could be one professional on their own. The medium complexity might be one or two people or two or three people, but the high complexity it's like really intense work. It might also be longer projects. So just that, I hope that's clear. And then just to unpack these two project cost-based fees, and I've put the professional, the PPE guide again on the side here, just to remind you it is here. There's the page number. Actually, this isn't page 25 anymore. It's further along. Sorry, I moved too quickly. Just go back. There. So project cost-based fee is kind of the standard method that most people use, most professionals use. And it's accepted as the way that we work. Generally, when I do a fee proposal, I send the clients a copy of the fee guidelines. I say, this is the recommended fees by our profession. We are using this method, and this is our fee proposal. It is based on the total cost of the project, and it's a percentage based, but it's not that simple because you've got to figure out the complexity, and you also have to get to a project cost. And I have to be quite honest, I think that's probably the most challenging bit of this, because when clients come to you, they might have a budget and a scope that they think they have, but it might change over time. So sometimes it's quite cloudy. On bigger projects, I think there's a process of developing the total project fee in a more accurate way. And the other thing to keep in mind is that when you are engaging with clients and you've developed this fee, you always make sure that you're talking about an estimated project cost, because it can change. And in your client architect agreement or a professional agreement, you need to make sure that you have that clause that says that if the total cost of the building increases or decreases, your fee will be adjusted accordingly. So that's really quite important to make sure that you've got that in there. Then the time-based fee is also useful because quite often, as I just said, services might not be that clearly defined. The clients might still be thinking about whether they're going to do the project, and they're just looking at quite loose engagement at the moment, The other option is that it might be really small scale, it might be additions and alterations, or just a small little structure that they want a gatehouse, for example, or something small that they want you to do. And in that case, time-based fee might be quite relevant. I think another thing that happens is you've done work for a client and then they just want a small change, or maybe you were appointed for work stages 1 to 4 and you're not involved anymore. So then you would agree on a time-based fee if you have to provide more details for during the construction phase. So that's kind of where that comes into play. Right. And then more specialized nature, if you are a specialist in an architect that specializes in specific things, then that, like I mentioned, the furniture design or some kind of special aspect of an architectural project where you're the expert, then that would come in. Okay, so partial definition of partial fees, you need to be able to just know what this means. There are definitions in all of these papers. I've looked at them. Every paper have definitions, so go through these definitions. Make sure you understand what is meant by these terms, like what is reduced services, what is partial services, what is a fee adjustment. I think that's quite important to understand. Yeah. Okay, then another thing, reduced services apply when the professional is not the principal agent. This is particularly in the construction phase, because that means you will not be administrating the JBCC contract. We'll talk about that later. And that responsibility could be taken by a project manager. So in that instance, the client is to pay the project manager for that component and not you. So your fee will be adjusted accordingly, or reduced. Fee adjustments for additions, alterations, restorations, repeat buildings. There's all these different scenarios that come into play. And then negotiation and documentation. Effective negotiation and clear documentation are essential to manage the service variations and agreements successfully. Like I mentioned, having an agreement, having a set of drawings that you're basing your work on, all of these things come into play. All right, where are we now? So fee adjustments and claims. Fee adjustments occurred due to the scope changes. I've mentioned that. You might have a client who started out with a little small office project and then their company is growing so fast they need another few offices, or the opposite could be occurring where things are not going very well. They can't afford the like 2-story building that they had anticipated and they want a stage project. So that are things that could happen. Sometimes there are extended contracts for various reasons, or client's termination. That could also happen. The client could, for whatever reason, have to terminate the contract, and different things that impact the project cost. So SACCUP guidelines. SACCUP provides clear mechanisms for calculating additional fees and managing claims effectively. All of those different things, scenarios that I mentioned, repeat buildings, additions and alterations, restoration or historical kind of buildings, all of that, there's a percentage that you can add. Even for termination, there's a percentage. The way that you calculate it is all provided in the fee guideline. That's why you send your client the fee guideline at the start of the project. Documentation and communication. All the changes must be communicated, and you must communicate that there's a fee implication so that the client is clear and there's no kind of, why are you billing me for this? When you start the process, you make sure that your client understands this is an additional service. this is how I will be charging it. And it needs, and again, it's based on the fee guidelines. So for your preparedness, you need to understand fee adjustments processes, and that it is to safeguard interests and protect project integrity. Comes back to what Louis was explaining earlier on, that you are entering a profession and that there are code of conduct and that we are under an act, made by government. So it is all legal, and it's very, very important to do it correctly. Disbursements. I mentioned this briefly earlier on. Travel, there are regulations on when can you start charging for travel. Printing, we don't do a lot of printing these days. Any statutory fees. So if you have local authority, the application fees, any of those fees that need to go to them, obviously your client needs to pay for it, and that should be a separate section on your invoices that you send. Any other project related expenses that you may have. Buying the JBCC contract, that's an expense. You have to pay for it. So that's also important. Calculating attendance costs. So if you know that you will be attending a project, say you are based in the Eastern Cape, in East London, and you are required to go to a site in the kind of near one of those villages near that, then there will be a cost for that. So you need to build that into your disbursements. Managing remuneration risks, deferring remuneration. Oh my word, that word is difficult. Sorry. So just on pro bono work, it's quite critical that you understand that there are risks to it. I think a lot of times clients that might, people like NGOs, faith-based organizations, nothing wrong with them. I think they do great work, but they do sometimes expect us as professionals to do work for free, pro bono. And you need to be very careful how you handle that, because you might not be legally covered. Your indemnity insurance might not cover that work because you're not being paid for it. So I think it's important to think about it and how you do that, how you formally document it and manage it clearly. And if there's deferred remuneration, meaning you might be paid later, so you do a bulk of the work and then you only get paid. You might not be paid on a monthly basis. How you manage that is really quite important, because you might have staff that you have to pay. You might have, your rental for your office that you have to pay, or your internet services that you pay. So the management of your finances is part of developing a fee structure. And when you can actually claim your disbursements is important. How you keep account of it, that you can't just make it up. You've got to keep a record of these things for the financial processes. Where we at now? Okay. So this is the last bit of this document, and then I just quickly want to go over to the actual guideline. The other thing that's really important, it's not necessarily part of the fee proposal, and I think we will cover a little bit more on this in the next session, but compliance to the SANS regulations, our building regulations, is really important. I know Louis already mentioned it. We have to comply. We need to make sure that we deal with safety, with efficiency, and with legal compliance in terms of building construction. It's not just to get local authority approval. It's actually the reason for building regulations is to ensure safety, that buildings don't fall down like the one that did happen in Neisner. That clients don't have to come back and kind of, you are taken to court because your building has failed in some way, the roof fell in or something. Obviously, there's an engineer also involved, but just your role is if your project is not complying with building regulations, it will not get approval, but maybe the drawings are complying, but what's being constructed by the contractor is not complying. And there's a very fine line there. Recently a contractor said to me, well, who's going to go and measure what's the clearance above your stairwell? And I'm like, nobody, but we need to meet the requirements of the building regulations. It's simply that. It's making sure that you are right, that you are acting ethical as a professional architectural profession throughout. It doesn't matter where you're at, where you're doing the work. If you are working on a farm where there's no regulations, nobody's going to administer the regulations, you still have that ethical responsibility as a professional to comply to the regulations. Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing this quickly. I just want to go to the other document and share that. All right, so this is the section in, just me jumping. So on page, this is part of paper 1 in the guideline. I have sent this document to Zama to make sure he can share it with all of you. I'm just looking for the page number. No, I'm losing it. Page 23 is where your professional fee guidelines work. So you will see when you go to this document, it's really comprehensive. I was very impressed when I looked through this document. I thought, you guys have everything that you need to study for. There are links that you can follow that will give you the professional fee document. It goes straight to SACP website and it provides you with that information. See, here is the project cost-based fee, the time-based fee. All of this information is here. It also explains why we have these fee guidelines. And this note, I think, is quite important. It is only a guideline. As much as we'd like to enforce it, we can't, because as I explained, it's very hard to pin down a fee structure that would be suitable for all practices and for all kinds of projects to use. Let me just go back up. So there are also some example questions in this. Please go through them because it explains what kind of questions are provided. Then we spoke about the complexities, and this is what I mentioned. So there's a way of, these tables are provided in the fee guidelines, and it gives you, if you are doing a low complexity building and your project work is kind of in one of these, say it's number 3, it's a project of 1 million rand, you will go to number 3, and this is the section of the fee table that you will use. And we will look at this in more detail next time. Just these are the medium complexity. You will see if you compare here, you will see how there's a difference in the percentage. So the percentage at number 1 for medium complexity is 18%, whereas for high complexity is 22%. This is for very small kind of projects. But if you look at the big projects, obviously the bigger the scope of the project and the actual value of the works, the lower the percentage is. Let's just carry on. So I've already explained this, that there's the work stages and each of them carry a percentage in your fee calculations. So here's the very important bit, the method of calculation. You have a primary fee for the application of cost bracket or value of works. Then you have a secondary fee for the application cost bracket value of works. And then how you use these is what determines the way that you get the answer. So what this document provides is a very detailed kind of scenario of what is being asked and how you then calculated. So if we go into this a little bit more detailed, here you can see you first determine which, these are the steps. You determine which complexity do we have. In this case, it's a bond, so you are looking at a low complexity. Then step 2 is you identify which cost bracket within that low complexity table you're using. You take the primary fee and the percentage from the relevant complexity table. You identify the cost bracket based on the construction cost, that's cost bracket 2, and you determine the primary fee, and that's the fee that you get. So the calculation of the secondary fee is then value of works minus column E times the percentage in terms of column D. It looks very strange when you look at this like this, but we'll show examples next week that will help you understand it better. And then you still carry on. Step 6 is then primary fee plus secondary fee, so that gives you a total. Step 7 is calculate total fee, including VAT. So you add the VAT at 15%. Thankfully, we still haven't been raised yet. And the total including VAT is that, and then you calculate the VAT separately as well. So it's very important to understand this, that if the VAT percentage is different, it will be different. I'm not sure this is, yeah. So then they also have an example for a medium complexity, and there's also a high complexity scenario. And there's some tips which you can also look at, which I thought was very nice. All right, so this provides you for 3 examples of how to use the formula, because this is the trick. The formula is exactly the same. It's simply the tables that are different that you need to navigate, and you need to select the right amount. So I think those formulas are, this is also quite critical. So when you show your client your fee proposal, you will also break it up into stages. And this is something that I've noticed is in most of the papers also, where you have to remember what the percentage per work stage is and how you need to calculate it. So you will take your total fee, you times it by the percentage, and then you get the cost for your first stage, and so on. So you work it out. So if you are then asked a scenario in the paper, it says that you are only appointed for stage 5 and 6. You will take the total costs and you will only work out stage 5 and 6 based on 30% and 3%. And you will say that that will be your professional fee. So it's important to just, this is a bit of memorization, but to be quite honest, it's really simple. Just your percentage per stage. Some of them are the same, like stage 3 and 4.2 is actually both at 20%. So that's quite easy to remember. But try and remember that. I don't think that information is provided. Let me just see. I just want to go back to those tables at the top. So for example, if you need to just understand the way that these work is that the value, there's a variable here. It's between 200,000 and 650,000. So if your project is 649,000 and falls into this category. If it's 652,000, then it falls into the next bracket. So that's what you will use, and then it's really applying that formula. So write down the formula several times so that you can understand it. Set out those steps so that you know how to go through the process in the exam, because this is paper 1. It's not open book. You need to remember all these things. So it's quite important. I need to just double check if these tables are provided. I'm actually not sure. Maybe Louis, I know you've been involved in these practice exams before. we just need a bit of clarity on that. I'm not 100% sure there. Okay, I would think they need to be provided. Standard services. So we've gone through these. High complexity. So then we come to partial services. So I've explained a little bit of that, where you might be the principal consultant, but not a principal agent. You might only be doing the design. Design is by others, and you become the principal agent. So there's all these different things, or you might be, there might be additional services. And then you will have to figure out your partial services. So in this case, you will work out the main fee, same as before, but then when you give that detailed breakdown, you will only give the amounts for stage 1 and 2, as I mentioned for stage 5 and 6 in the previous discussion when I spoke about it. Then you've got here an example of reduced fees. So what happens in this scenario? Sorry, it's just jumping. I just want to read here. Where architectural profession is not the principal agent, a reduction of the fee for the work not exceeding 10%. So if you're not the principal agent, you will reduce your fee for stages 5 and 6 only for 10%. Where the architectural professional is not the principal consultant, so you will then, again, for stages 1 to 4, there might be a design architect and you are another architect on board. Then you will be, again, reduce the fee by 10%. I think sometimes projects are also, the primary consultant might be the engineer, and you are coming in as a consultant, whereas normally the architect is the primary consultant and the engineers is the primary consultant here, where engineers are appointed and you liaise kind of between them. So that would be the difference. So again, for any of these scenarios of reduction, you still have to start by calculating the full fee, look at where you are reducing for, are you reducing on stages 1 to 4, or are you reducing on stages 5 to 6, and what percentage are you reducing? And the same kind of thing carries on. Reduced services, here's another scenario that you guys can look at when you've got time to go through this document in more detail. I'm not going to go through all of them. What I'd like to explain here, a lot of architectural professionals deals with additions and alterations. And unfortunately, quite often clients come and think, it's just small. I'm just changing a few things in my house. So surely the fee should not be that difficult. But if you have been involved in these projects, they're often a lot more complicated because once you're on site, you find that things are not what you expected. The construction of the floor isn't what you thought it was going to be, or the beam that you thought was going to be there isn't there. It's tricky, and for that reason, the fee needs to be higher because the complexity, it's not necessarily seen as a complex project in terms of the complexity, the low, medium, and high, but there's an inherent complexity in the fact that it's additions and alterations. You're not starting from scratch and you've developed the whole design. You're now dealing with something where maybe you received previous plans and you based your design on that. You've done a few check measurements, but during the process, you realize that things are slightly different on site. So it's to combat for those situations that are unforeseen. So the percentage is always 30% that you add. And again, you need to communicate this to your client very early on at the agreement stage and include it in the scope, that it's not a new build, it's adds and alts. I think, and we may think of houses only, but quite often office buildings, a new tenant takes over, you are employed to do the changes in the building to accommodate the new needs, and it can become very complicated. Services, there might be really bad electrical services that need to all be redone. So again, you start with the full fee, you work it out on the normal kind of calculation method. Here it's set out quite clearly. And then at the end, you add the 30% before you add the VAT. So I think that's quite simple. And then again, if you have to discount, if here they're showing different things where you actually have a discount at different stages that could be applied, but you work out the different stages and you also add the VAT to the different stages. So please look at how you calculate these. And as I say, we're not all blessed with wonderful skills in calculations. So practice makes perfect. Go and practice these during the week, and then if we have questions next weekend, we can look at that in more detail. So this is another scenario for a adds and alts one, quite detailed. Restorations, this is another one which gets a additional fee of 40%. Because heritage buildings is tricky. That's another additional service. If you have to do an AMAFA application, it's not standard services. Please remember that. AMAFA is our heritage body. That might be a definition or an acronym that you have to acknowledge and be able to provide. And they're quite detailed reports. Generally, this would not be low complexity unless it is really a very simple structure and it's simply older than 60 years. It goes to AMAFA. So, but if there is heritage considerations and there's actually restoration that's needed on a building because you have to keep the original structure and you can only make internal changes. That's generally what the legislation would state. Then it's going to be more difficult, and you might need a specialist to come on board. That's another additional fee that you could be. You could be a heritage specialist that kind of really understand how to restore buildings. So going back to the same principle, you work out the base fee according to those tables, and once you've got a total fee, you add your renovation percentage of 40% and you add the VAT to that. Repeat buildings, another complex one. But because if you think about this, so if you are approached by a company that is a developer that are doing housing and you are required to develop 3 house topologies and they want to have 5 of the one, 6 of the other, and 3 of the other. Each of these will be a repeat. So your initial fee for designing that home is obviously a normal fee. But then the repeating of the other houses, which will be exact copies of the first design, will be different. Your services are not going to be the same because you're not going through all the work stages of designing that the same building again. You're actually taking your plans and you're just putting it on a different site. And you will obviously, if you're involved in stage 5, construction phase, you will be involved in the site administration of that, the JBCC site administration. So this is what happens for stage 1 to 4. There's a reduction of 35%. But as I mentioned, you are still involved in the actual the building's still got to be built. Whether it's the same as the other one, the kind of your involvement and your duties won't change. So it's slightly different. And then there's a good example of this. Where this gets really complicated is if you're doing a project that might involve some repeat buildings and others are not. So perhaps your developer has a little kind of recreational center, which is a one-off, whereas all the other all the homes are then repeated. So that recreational center will get the full fee. Your homes, each of them will be a repeat, and that fee will be reduced by 35%, whereas the full fee will still be charged. So again, it's about thinking on your feet, being very clear on your scope, making sure that you understand what is a full fee, what is repeat buildings, when do I actually reduce the fee on what part of the scope. So it's being quite specific, and the scenario here is quite simple. It's 50 townhouses that's being so it's really quite simple, and there's a fee provided. And I think if we look at this, we will see that there's, in this case, where's the reduction? Okay, you first work out the full fee, and you then work it out for all the work stages. And then only do you start your reductions. So you add the VAT first. Then you start reducing the 35% on work stages 1 to 4, but these ones, work stage 5 and 6, remain the same. And then you have to redo the VAT according to this reduction. So I hope that makes sense. And then you come up with your explanation of the full fees and the breakdown that you will provide to explain this. Okay, what also happens is you take over from other professionals for whatever reason. You know, someone retired, someone has too much of a workload, the client has a divorce with the architect, that happens. They're not happy with the services, and you are required to take over from other, for whatever reason. You are taking over at a certain point. So what this means, it's really about stages. And what is stated here is that it would be appropriate to increase your fee by 25% because you were not involved from the start of the project. You now are involved, and you're taking over on something which may require redesign, rethinking, because you don't have the insight of what happened before. And that's what this 25% is about. So if you look at the scenario, again, it gives you quite detailed explanation, a different architect at stage 1 to 3, but he now needs a different architect to complete the remaining stages. So you would be doing a price for the remaining stages from stage 4 till stage 6. So you still start with developing the full fee. You then come to a point of working out the work stages from stage 1. No, you won't actually calculate stage 1 to 3 because you're not going to be using that. You will only work out stage 4.1, 4.2, 5, and 6 on the normal basis. You then will plus your VAT, and then you will add. Remember to add the 25%. Okay, so this is what they explain. Right, so I would suggest that you go in detail into these and just check how it works. The last component of this section is the additional fees, deployment of employees. If an employee has to go and do extended inspections, there's additional fee of 30% that is charged. If something has to be fast-tracked, your client needs things very fast, so you need additional resources, computer software, additional man hours, again, look at up to 30% increase. And this happens in this day and age that things have to happen super fast. Extended initial contractual contract period. So perhaps originally had an agreement for a 10 months contract, but the contractor is ending up doing it in 16 months. You have to agree how you will be remunerated for those additional months of services. And there's a whole explanation of how to do this. So adjustment of professional fees. Okay, so adjustment of guidelines for professional fees and disbursements. Again, these adjustments following parameters. It's quite clear. The scope of the services, scope of the project, project program, cost of the works, cost of the project, appointment of other consultants, appointment of contracts. So if any of these above are materially variance, there's things that really change. The parameters have changed, then you need to find a way of accounting for that. And that's what that previous section provided quite a lot for different variations, but this provides for another scenario. This is becoming very detailed. Again, there is a detailed explanation. The thing is here, they don't actually give you a percentage base. So it depends on the specific situation of what has changed that you have to figure out. And the new budget has to be developed. Scope change. The project is more expensive. So what that has actually happened in my and on some of my projects where when we started out, the scope was a certain amount. When we ended, the scope had increased substantially. You have a new total cost estimate. You adjust accordingly, and you have to negotiate with your client then how your professional fees and disbursements might be adjusted accordingly. So let's look at the example. So you can see here the professional fees was 1.2 billion, excluding VAT. You completed design and documents 4.2 once the tenders were received, and this is often where you realize the new construction budget is 1.5. So your original fees was based on that, and that's why I always say put an estimate there, estimated fee. The actual cost is 1.5. You then have to figure out you have to do an adjustment for that. So you will then only do it for stages 1 to 4 because you haven't been paid for the rest of the stages. So you work that out, you work out the new fee, and show the breakdown of all the different stages. And you calculate what's the difference. So you would have had your original fee for 1.2 that you have to calculate if you were doing this for the exam. You then have to calculate the new fee, you work out the difference, and this is what's being stated here. So in the first instance, it's just 800 rands. That's extra. It's 6,000 there, 8,000. So all of these different stages, that is what and the total recon amount, you add up all those totals and you get that and you add that. And you send your client a bill for 30,000 rands. And hopefully he pays it. So termination by the client, the percentage, if a client terminates the work, and there has to be quite good reason, it can't be because you made huge errors. I don't think you can charge him. I think Louis can help us there on the legal front. But if the client, for whatever reason, decides to terminate your agreement, they should pay you 20% of an additional fee of 20% of the remaining fee. So if you were terminating in stage 4.2, then we need to just look at how this was developed. So again, you work out the whole thing. You get to your fee stages, and let's look at it. Additional fee would be stages remaining after termination of stage 5 and 6. Fees would have been due, would have been that, 141,000. So you can only charge them for 20% of that fee that were remaining. You can't charge them for more than that. This is what the guidelines are suggesting. So it's something to keep in mind because it does happen. It could be that the client is terminating the contract because they're not going ahead with the project at that time. You know, for some reason, they're not able to continue. So then they still have to pay you because it's income that you would have had. It's really, and that's why the percentage is 20%. So finally, we get to time-based fees. We use time-based fees when we're not clear about the services, the scope relates to a small-scale project, and the service is an unusually specialized nature. I've been mentioning this throughout, that sometimes there are things that you might be good at. You might be, I've done a course in project management, so you've got that qualification. So you could work it out on a percentage basis, but I think quite often it's easier to work on a time-based fee unless the scope is very clear and you know exactly what you're going to be doing for this project. So there is a list in the fee guidelines, I think, of what constitutes special services, uh, you know, and you can follow that. Or sometimes, like I say, it's just not clear yet what exactly it is. So time-based is an hourly rate. And again, SACA provides guidelines on a rate to follow. And they have a methodology that they show you how they've developed this. But keep in mind, this is, it's on a generic office. It might not be context specific. It might be that a person, an architectural professional based in Cape Town, can charge this amount, but one based in rural KZN might not be able to charge that rate because it's just not feasible. It's not relevant to the kind of work they do and that kind of thing. But there is also the DPSA, which does give hourly rates. So it's important to go and look at that, especially if you do government work. So these are the things that you can look at when you work out the hours, and it's really based on how a time-based fee proposal would be is that you do not know how many hours you're going to be working on this project. You will inform the client that you have an hourly rate of 1,620 because you are a professional, senior architectural professional, senior architectural technologist, and with about 10 years experience. So you've got good experience, and this is the rate that you will charge. What it does mean is that you would need to have quite a good timesheet system of keeping record of how much time you spend, and that it includes things like you obviously, if you have to travel half an hour to get to the project that you need to see, it's the time consulting with the architects. It's then going back to the office, doing the actual work. If you and what is also important is if you have someone working for you, like a technologist or a draftsperson, you need to factor in their rate as well. So if you have a team, it's not just one rate. You would need to develop a rate that shows the different people involved in the project. Let's just look at some scenarios. So again, there's a very detailed scenario here of how it's developed, and you can see it's quite a complex one. We've got various levels of people involved in the project, and they also actually estimate the hours for this. So I think that's quite interesting because you'd need to find a way of estimating the hours. I think that is something that would be provided, hopefully, in a question that you do not have to thumbsuck them. but you need to have the hours, and then you would actually develop the rates, your calculation based on that. So here is an example of how it's developed. Step 1 is how many hours, and then times the percentage and the hourly rate. Because of your total fee, each of these persons are involved to a different degree. So that's something that you need to go into more detail. We can go through this again next week in more detail if required. And then there's another method 2, each level of employment. Again, this is very detailed stuff. I'm not going to, I think we've spent a lot of time already on these fee guidelines. I think I'd prefer to get some more detailed questions that we would. This is the DPSA rates that we mentioned earlier on. It's also in the document for you to review. And then there's quite detailed explanation of how to determine the appropriate fee rate. And the last thing, okay, and more. And then there's a section on disbursements and how you work that out. And then there's also a section on deferred remuneration and pro bono work. Okay, I'm going to end at this stage with this. I'm going to hand over to our next presenter, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just check who's next. Louis, we're over to you. Forms of contract. Thank you, Louis. You opening up this one? We're still seeing the files. Sorry, Louis, just what's happening on your side?
Let me stop sharing. Thank you, Dr. Kluter. Let me stop sharing, and then I'll share again. Last time I had the same problem.
Okay, all right.
It's this one here. I think it is this one. No, is it the B part? Yes, it's the contract.
Yes, there you
Can
go.
can you see that one?
Yes, we can see, and you
So
can just
now
go
I'll take
from the beginning. Yeah,
Is it open?
that's perfect. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kluter. Thank you for allowing me to talk about the contract. And as you indicated, the more you talk about this, I can see that the legal profession have similar challenges, than the architectural profession. And I'm on both sides. I'm involved because there must be a contract, and they need to be fee agreements, and you need to charge certain fees at certain stages, because the moment the client withdraw and the client say no, he can't afford it anymore, then at least you must be paid for the work you have done already. So that's why I think it's important to bill frequently and to communicate frequently with a client in terms of how far you are, how much it costs, so that everyone knows and there's no surprises. So in terms of the contracts, there is a number of contracts, as Dr. Kluter mentioned already. The PROXA is one of those contracts, which is, I think, more sound. Then there's a client architect agreement, And then there's the Joint Building Committee contract as well, that one can have a look at. The last one, the JBCC, is an expensive one because you must purchase the contract. But then again, if you think about it in your everyday life, uh, we do a lot of divorce cases of people that did it themselves initially, and then when it comes to maintenance and all of the other things, then it appears that not all the clauses was sound and was in there, and then the contract is not so sound. You were not going to do your own will either, or do lease agreements or divorces and sale of property. I've done a sale of property of a person. He did it verbally, and he sold his small house verbally. So now it's a big problem because according to the law and according to the act, it must be done in a written agreement, and the specific clauses will cover you. So I'm a advocate of having a proper contract drawn up. Otherwise, you sit with a lot of trouble. Now, the sale of the property one, the guy, it will cost him a lot of money now because now he must get an eviction order of the people that he sold the house to, and they still owe him money. And the eviction order with the sheriff costs you in the vicinity of 25,000 Rand just to get the red ants out. So you can think for yourself how much it will cost you if you do it yourself. So rather stick with a proxy agreement or the client architect agreement or the JBCC, or have it drawn up by an attorney so that you know you're covered. It might cost you money at the end. So we permanently establish a relationship between the architectural designer and the client. In these cases, which normally follow up until the local authority submission stage, professionals make use of these contracts that you see. These agreements are usually used in SACP stages 1 to 4.2. Now, stages 1 to 4.2 is the inception stage, the concept and viability stage, the design and development, as well as the documentation stage. It stops there. And as Dr. Klute indicated, there is a possibility to do the procurement, to be involved in the construction, and then the JBCC contract will be used. And then the principal agent, you'll be the principal agent as well. And then there's some other contracts that's covered in that process, and it will be the payment certificates and a host of others. So, but most of us deal up to point 4.1. We normally draw plans. The normal residential buildings. You draw a plan. You do the concept and viability, inception, design and development. You send it to the local municipality, upload it on the portals, and so the documentation process is followed, and maybe you even involved in obtaining a civil engineer for a beam construction or maybe foundation constructions. You may be involved there. And ultimately, you'll be sometimes involved in the closed out because now we need to obtain certificates of the electrician for the COC and for the gas installation for the COC there, etc., until you can find the occupational certificate. So most of us deal with the first part. So I'm going to focus on the first part initially. The client professional project agreement for architectural services between the client and the host of professional people. So you just pick whoever you are, whether you're a professional architect, a professional senior architectural technologist, a professional architectural technologist, or a professional architectural draftsperson. And the contract is quite standard. You can obviously improve the contract, make it better, but the one that is provided by SACP is okay. I think it conforms to all contract requirements. There, the project name is mentioned, the physical address, and the project reference number, the client's details, the architectural professional's details, the scope of works, how many square meters, how many months. Very simple, very straightforward. Whether single, multi, or non-conventional structures, single use, multiple use, mixed use. Then all the services that you quote for, the standard service, professional, principal consultant, principal agent. You can see now, so stages 1 to 4.1 is normally ticked here, the architectural professional. But if you are going further now, in terms of stage 5 to stage 7, then the principal agent box will be ticked. So where there's a partial service, like Dr. Klute indicated, and all the work stages, and you can see it is now marked work stage 1, 2, 3, 4.1, 4.2, 5, and 6. So it's very straightforward, and it's good to use a contract like that, especially when you are quite a busy person in terms of the architectural professional. 3.6, additional services, that was mentioned also by Dr. Klute. Then the inspection of the works, and it will depend now. How many times will you go and inspect the works if you are appointed as a professional or the principal agent? Is it per workstage, monthly, fortnightly, weekly, or do you only draw the plans and submit it? While we're busy talking about submitting the plans, I learned my lesson throughout the years. I'm registered, or I'm in the profession for the last 30 years. Do not go and pay on behalf of the client the municipal fees, because there's a deposit as well, and they will pay the client directly back the deposit the moment there's an occupation certificate, and maybe you don't even see your money. So I have a standard practice. I don't pay that. I tell them how much it is, and they pay directly from their bank account. If it's difficult, if it's in a different province and all that, then you might make an exception that they pay you first and then you pay the local municipality. I do the same with bail applications. I don't pay for a bail application unless I get the money in the bank before the time. So that's one of the things that you must do to minimize your risks. All right, let's continue. You can see now 3.8, 3.9, and 3.9.1. If the lowest tender or quotation amount exceeds the budget by more than so much percentage for alterations, you complete that. So, but as I say, that it's normally not applicable for most architectural professionals that do up to stage 4.1. Then there is some assignments or tasks of the client. The client must do A, B, and C, and this is all covered in 4.1. What the client must do, and pay the architectural professional within 30 days of presentation of the invoice. So with this contract here that you have, once it is duly signed, you can take it to attorney, and we will be able to obtain the money through a court process and a default judgment if you are not paid. So there is stipulations here, and the client signed for this. Very, very important. The next page, you can see the architectural professional duties, 4.2, what you need to do. And there's a lot of disciplinary cases that come to SAICA because the architectural professional doesn't do the duties as prescribed in the contract. Then 4.3, and if you have a look at this now, the architectural professional shall not be responsible for. So there's some exclusions which covers you. And some of the exclusions is the financial viability of the project. All the material component systems, etc., like that. The performance of other consultants, you are not, and third parties, you are not liable for that. The patent or conceal defects, but you will assist the client in identifying such defects within the contractual defects liability period. Speaking about liability, the architectural professional must also make sure that you have insurance, liability insurance. Similar to the legal profession, we have the LPF, the Fidelity Fund insurance. So you must make sure that you also have insurance like that. Then point 5, fee payable for the work of services, the method of calculation, and the stages at which such fees will be payable. Also, a word of advice: do not finish a job and then pay and get paid. Do it per stage. You give a bill, you communicate immediately the moment the work is done for the inception. What we do as professional attorneys, we take a deposit, but we have a fidelity fund that we need to pay it into. Architects do not have a fidelity fund, and you don't have to pay it into that specific fund, which cover the client. But take money for a deposit for the inception. At least you know you're getting paid for the inception portion. At the moment you've done with the concept viability, you bill the client and you get paid for that. The moment you're done with the design and development, you bill the client and you get paid for that. And obviously, once the documentation is done, because it can be cumbersome, and you might drive up and down to the local municipality to sort out one or two anomalies. Once that is done and the plans is approved, you bill the client for that. And then at least you know that you are getting paid per stage. And if the client decide to abscond and the client don't want to pay further, then your loss is far less. Then it is only the 20% of the remaining fee. Because remember, you must be put in the same situation where you were before the part, for that part of the contract, and the same with the client. The client must be put in the same situation. So if you appoint people, you pay rent, you make copies, and you need to be reimbursed, hence the 20% that was mentioned earlier. So make sure you bill accordingly in time and do not let it slide until the last bit, and communicate properly in writing, by email, telephonic, that nobody can say that you didn't communicate properly. That's part of professional conduct. So point number 5, the fee payable for the work or the services, the method of calculation, it's all stipulated in this contract. It says 5.1, the client agrees, very important, agrees to pay the architectural professional fees to the for the services as detailed in the contract. The client and the architectural professional agree that the fees are based on the following parameters, and it states everything there. The above amounts in the above mentioned documents also in the document include VAT or exclude VAT, depending on how you work, whether you're registered for VAT or not. The fee quoted does not include charges for the necessary approval process, as I mentioned earlier on. Steer away from that. I lost money before. Whenever the guideline fees and rates are revised by SACAP, the new rates shall apply to work performed after the date of publication of such a revision. That is 5.5. As indicated, it's just a guideline. But one has to, there's also another wise comment that I can make. I don't know if it's wise, but people who bully you to charge less, those are normally the people who do not pay either. So you're a professional, you studied, you wrote a professional exam, you pay every year professional fees to be registered continuously. You must do your CPD points. So act like a professional and charge professional fees. That's the only way how we will be able to make our professional. All right, 5.6, project-specific provisions on surcharges and additional fees, and then you stipulate that. Then you can see there's a table where there's additions or alterations, and you can see now, as Dr. Klute indicated, there is a 30% additional cost for the affected portion. And she mentioned a number of things, but one or two things that I can mention is now you must do an annex over a sewage line. So therefore, it will be a different type of. You must build a 300 by 300 concrete block over the sewage line, and you must make sure there's no IEs, for instance. So it picks your mind a little bit. It's a little bit. It's not a normal case. It might be that the alteration is now going to exceed, the area over the building line. So it's building line relaxation. You must get permission from the next door neighbors. So all of that is additional in comparison with a standard building from scratch. There's also now the 40% for the affected portion for restoration of buildings subject to heritage legislation, as indicated by Dr. Klute as well, etc. So you can see there's SACAP thought of everything, and it's all tabulated. Then it's a fee based on anticipated final project cost, 5.7, the primary fee, secondary fee. 5.8 is the time-based fee, and then reimbursement of expenses. There you can see that percentage that you must complete there will be applicable. And very important, there's an initial block on every page. Make sure that the client, as well as yourself, and the witness, two witnesses, initial there in the block. Otherwise, people will say, no, they were never given that page. Then the agreed payment method. You can see checks doesn't work anymore, so it's an old form. I don't think checks is still in existence, but there's cash and there's direct deposit, electronic transfer. I will steer away from the cash portion because then people might say that they paid you money and you must now, and you say, but they never paid you. I will rather do an EFT because you can trace the money. I've learned my lesson like that as well. They give you a bundle of notes in the hand, and you think, oh yes, all right. So I don't have to put it through my business book, so I can go and buy beers for that. But then maybe the money is not sufficient. Maybe they said they give you 5,000 rand, but it was only 4,700. So I will rather prefer electronic transfer. That's my advice. You can also see that the market applicable payment method with X, like we said, the 5.12. Then 0.6, budget or other cost limit for the project. It's also important to complete that now so that everyone knows what is the estimating cost and what is the budget for the works for the fee purposes, whether it excludes VAT, include VAT, etc., etc. Then the provision for the termination of the agreement. Now, this is a good contract because it has termination provision. Just for interest sake, I'm dealing with a case currently of a high school where the plans was drawn and approved and all that, and now there's a contractor, and the chairperson of the council or the chairperson of the school council, yes, terminated the agreement because of the contractors. People worked with a jackhammer, but they never had safety clothing. One contractor fell off the roof because he never had a harness. So, and it's a school environment. But now we are busy trying to settle a settlement agreement somewhere because of the unilateral termination of the agreement. And there was no contract. It was a verbal agreement. So it'll come to that stage where two attorneys fight over the how much is a settlement agreement, and there's no contract, and there was no contract indicating termination of the agreement either. So ultimately, it can cost you money. So rather have a contract with provisions for the termination of the agreement. Good. And then the details of the professional indemnity insurance, also very important. One think that it will never happen to me. I don't have to have indemnity insurance. It costs money every month. But ultimately, it's like having car insurance. The moment you in a accident, then at least there's insurance who will pay for the third party, the other person, the other vehicle, and also possibly cover your damages. So professional indemnity insurance is very, very important. Please take note of that. Right, and then there is the provision for dispute resolution. In case there's a dispute, like I'm having now with the high school, in what court are you going to do it? There should be some provision made for that. Otherwise, you go to the High Court, and then the High Court involves an advocate, and the advocate costs more money. So rather stipulate it on paper. Then the effective date of the contract, of the agreement, and you can see the place and the name and the signature, and again the initial at the bottom of every page. And there's 2 witnesses. As you can see, 2 witnesses, and then the architectural professional sign as well, and there's also space for 2 witnesses. So nobody can argue that this contract is not wasn't done in the presence of the witnesses, and it was done via Zoom or via email. Rather have it done properly, so that nobody can argue about that. The same applies to a will. A will must also be signed by 2 witnesses in the presence of the witnesses. And we know about the cases in terms of the wills. The current one with Didi Mabuza. We will follow the case up to the Constitutional Court, I believe it is. So you can see it's not only contracts, but it's wills. It is and a lot of other legal documents. Ladies and gentlemen, I thought it's a good idea to also show you the Joburg City Council process, where you can see from inception to at least to 4.1 plans submitted to council. Very important is there's some documentation. And remember, documentation is stage 4, and that's 10% that you need to obtain before you even start with the process. The one is a title deed. You must make sure, because this is documents that the client normally do not have, and they must get it from the lawyer when they bought their house earlier on, and it might take some time to get it from the archives. So it's good to know it from the onset. You need to have a title deed. You need to have your old plans, if there's some old plans. You need to also do the design brief. You can then give the client an idea how much this big building that they want to build is going to cost, square meters wise. More or less, if you can work on, and this is just the estimation, on around about 13 to 14,000 rand a square meter. And if they want to build, say, 100 square meters, it's going to cost them X amount of money. That they can see there's a limit to their dreams and their ideas. And that limit is going to have an effect on you. Because the moment you draw this big plan for them, they dream home, but they can't afford it. I had a case like that in Langebaan. Then there's conflict now, because the architect drew whatever the client want, and now the client can't afford it, and the architect wants X amount of money. And he should have briefed them initially to tell them that they need to make a loan to be able to do this, or maybe they do not even qualify for a loan. And then they need to build smaller. Next thing is, the client needs to choose the architect. Hopefully it's you and me. Once this is done, The architect will do the design, the conceptual design, as we indicated, that is now stage number 2. And then the plan approval, the plan approval will then occur, but there's a lot of other documentation that need to be that you need to get from the local council as well. Yes, so once you obtained all the documentation, now you upload this onto the portal, and then the municipality will evaluate it and tell them and tell you what they require more, more of that. So I will show you some documentation in the next slide. Then you can see if the plans is submitted to council, the council takes some time and they will. You have to amend maybe 1 or 2 things, and then once it's approved, then stage 1 to stage 4.1 is completed. Then the construction will be able to start. So Joburg City Council have a building plan submission form, and I'll make available the slide, all the slides and the whole PowerPoint presentation, so you can also have a look at this. And you can see there's a lot of tick boxes on the right-hand side. A SACAP registration form that you must submit. The SANS 10,400 forms. The fenestration calculations, etc., etc. So there's a lot of things that you need to tick off. Drainage to be shown on elevation, etc., etc. Things that we are familiar with. Maybe you're starting off now, and the correct coloring in of the areas that you intend now building. Yellow for the roof, blue for the. I think it's for the water, if I'm not mistaken. Red for the foundations, that type of thing, brown for the sewage. So one has to color it incorrectly. There's an architectural compliance certificate form that you need to complete, and you can see it needs to be signed by yourself with your SACAP number as well. Then there's a contract, and we are busy dealing with the contracts, the 3 type of contracts that I mentioned earlier on. The JBCC contract, very widely used in South Africa. You need to purchase this contract, obviously, everyone. And you can see it deals with the tender that's awarded, the site handover, the practical completion, the defects liability period. It deals with all of that. And you can see there's a latent defects liability period of 5 years, the defects liability period of 90 days. So very, very, very important to note this contract. But I think we will dwell into it later on even deeper. You can see that and I mentioned the latent defects liability period and a final completion already. Now, the typical question that you will see in the exam is going to be it will be it's not a definition question. This type of question will be a scenario that is sketched. So you are a professional architect and technologist and were appointed by Mr. Lebakeng to design a house in Port Elizabeth. You entered a client professional project agreement for the architectural services with Mr. Lebakeng. Name 8 responsibilities of Mr. Lebakeng in terms of the client professional project agreement. Remember, we saw that earlier in the slide, the responsibilities of the client. And there's all the responsibilities. So you can see what the type of exam questions is all about. Then you can see another question: should an architectural professional have professional indemnity insurance? I mentioned that earlier on. For the agreed liability period when a minor alteration is done. Definitely yes. And that is now as per section 8. Ladies and gentlemen, that is now my portion on the contracts. good luck, and we will see you again, and we will obviously continue with this webinar still, but we will discuss even more in the previous round. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Klute.
Thank you, Louis. Just to clarify, you will still be doing the JBCC contracts in more detail next time round.
I will do so, Dr. Klute, yes.
So next Saturday, I wasn't too sure on that, but that's perfectly fine. I think we need a little break before we go for the last stretch. So again, I see so it's perfectly an hour after we had the previous break. So 10-minute break. We'll continue at is that correct, Svanele? Is that okay?
Yes, certainly, doctor.
Okay, so 25 past, we'll be back more or less. Thank you. And Nkosi, you will take us through the next set of things, which is project management.
Yes, noted. Thank you, Dr.
Thanks.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you. Thanks. Nkosi, it's over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Cruz. Okay, is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes, we saw it.
Okay. Apologies. Okay. So I'll be covering project management, and one of the tools that I've used in project management is the Gantt chart. And for those who may not have come across it yet, a Gantt chart is a project planning tool to visually represent the timeline of tasks in a project. Each task is represented by a horizontal bar. The length and position of the bar reflects the start and the duration and the end date. In our industry, it is typically used in the construction stage. However, it can be used throughout both project design and construction processes. The Gantt chart helps architectural professionals manage time, basically the duration of the stages, dependencies, basically what must be done before what, overlaps, parallel tasks like documentation and procurement, critical paths, the sequences that dictates the project duration. Why would project managers use a Gantt chart? As any experienced professional will tell you, architectural projects are not linear. They involve multiple overlap work streams, council approvals, client sign-offs, procurement, construction sequences, etc. A Gantt chart helps by creating clarity for the team, offering a realistic project roadmap, tracking delays and slippage. Well, it also basically supports stages 1 to 6 planning as required by SACAP. And then how to read the Gantt chart. The components in the Gantt chart are basically the tasks, time axis, bars, dependencies, milestones, progress tracker, and the progress tracker. With the tasks, they are listed vertically, and the example is concept design and council submission. And then the time axis is horizontal, indicating days, weeks, and months. And then the bars, horizontal bars show the start and the end date of each task. And then dependencies, lines, and arrows that show which task must be completed before others can begin. Then the milestones are indicating flags or diamonds that mark key decisions, points, or deliverables. Then the progress tracker is normally colored, shading within bars to reflect the progress. So the Gantt chart can be considered a legal document. In contracts like the JBCC and FIDIC, your project program may be attached as a contractual appendix used in claims for extensions of time, which also can be abbreviated as EOT. That is one abbreviation that you can take note for the exam. A benchmark for performance penalties, and then you should ensure that milestones are realistic and agreed upon in writing. Program updates are dated and traceable. Revisions are issued formally when scope or timelines shift. And then with using the Gantt chart, the common mistakes that should be avoided are overlaps, dependent task without logic, ignoring statutory approval times, failing to update progress, and omitting milestones. So, for example, when you're omitting milestones, it makes it harder to ensure the deliverables. And then when you're failing to update progress, it undermines the project tracking. And then ignoring statutory approvals causes project delays, which we do not want, because that costs the client at the end. And then overlapping dependent tasks without logic results in unrealistic timelines, which then ensures that the timelines that are put can never be met. And then useful terms to know for the exam: critical path, which then is defined as the longest sequence of the dependence tasks that dictates the project duration. And then offload or slack is extra time allowed for a task without delaying the project. And then the baseline program, the approved version of the time before changes begin. Progress updates, an adjustment that shows a percentage completed. So it's critical that we have an understanding of the Gantt chart and also the terminologies that come with it. And also, besides the project manager, we have a principal agent. So it's critical to have an understanding what the difference between a principal agent versus a project manager will be and what those roles would be. And then in the PPE guidelines, we have mock questions that you can go through that will ensure that you get an understanding of how the Gantt chart works and how it can be interpreted, and also examples of how we can basically use the Gantt chart to almost pick up where the issues might lie, where the overlaps are, and then where it's best interpreted, that will ensure that the project works easily and basically it flows and we can pick up where the issues are. There are mock questions that, for example, under the JBCC, what is the term used to describe the natural event which has caused the delay in works? So, as an example, well, the answer is as indicated. So we definitely, as when the document is shared, these mock questions are critical in getting an understanding of the type of questions that will be indicated in the exam. Okay. I think that's all from me on my side, Doctor. We will be then going into more details for paper 2 in next week's sitting. Thank you so much.
Hey, thank you, Nkosi. I think it's really valuable to go through those systems and charts. One of the things that stood out to me is that contractors use it, and one of the examples that you just kind of flighted was actually a construction program. And when you're dealing with stage 5, a key element is the contractor will have his construction program. And one of the questions will always from your client be, are we on time? Because that's quite critical. And then when you have rain delays or flooding or things like that, how that influences it. So it's very good to know these things and to know how to read them and to set them up yourselves, ideally as well. But yeah, it's used within the industry in many ways. So thanks for that. We're heading towards the last bit of our webinar. It's been quite long on a Saturday afternoon for all times. So I'm just going to go through my last few slides. Let me just get it open from Karen. And we will also deal with some of the questions that was raised. Okay, this is where I was. Then this is really just talking about how do you approach the exam, how do you prepare for it. One of the good things is you are all here. There's 118 of you still here, and hopefully those who had to leave will be listening to the recording. So well done for that. Just some basic requirements or understandings. PPE exam 1 is a closed book and it focuses on foundational knowledge, while paper 2 is an open book and it focuses more on application. Just for clarity, I know there's been a lot of questions, and Zama and I have just made sure that we give the right information. The open book refers to documents that is provided by and listed by SACP in the PPE guidelines and everything. So it's not your own notes, please, people. You shouldn't need it because these are the documents that you're referring to. And I think these are standard practices for writing open book exams. Just from a kind of teacher perspective, one needs to remember that open book is not necessarily easier because it requires your application and you need to know where to look in your documents to find the information. So make sure you're very familiar with those documents and you study it in a similar way as you would if it was a closed book kind of exam. Then just, I think the one thing that always works very well is to practice past papers. I'm not too sure how many past papers are available. Maybe Svanele or Zama can just clarify that. But from my understanding is there is quite a few. Go to those scenario-based questions, go through them. It helps you, it deepens the understanding because a lot of them are in the study guide. We've been running through them. I've been trying to just relate back to my own work. What I would also suggest if you are in a practice currently, discuss these kind of questions that you have with the people in your office, the senior people who can help you understand how would you respond to these questions. A lot of it is really logical, you know, but and I guess unless you haven't been faced with a situation, you might not be sure how you respond, and that's why the scenarios are there to help you understand that. So as much as there's a difference between memorization and rote learning. Rote learning is simply learning stuff without actually understanding what you're learning, whereas memorization is like the definitions. Actually, reminding or memorizing a definition because you understand what it means. You know, I think there's a difference between that and just if you tell a child to, you know, this is what this means, what the definition stands for, what the word stands for, without them having the understanding of the context and why it's important. So we've been trying to bring that knowledge over to you. And I think Louis, from his experience as now also a law professional, it adds value in terms of how you look at these different things, like an agreement, all those different technicalities. It really makes a lot more sense if you put it in a context and you understand why it's important. Then the definition isn't just a loose definition, it makes sense. So be strategic about how you study for the exam. If you know you've got a weak point, for example, in the calculation, and I'm raising this because a lot of people, the two things that I think stood out from hearing about past exam um, situations is that it's definitely the calculations. I think people get confused or they get stressed out. So be strategic, practice those things. And the other thing is the definitions. It's just actually just go through them, write them out, list them, put them in place. And obviously you can't take it into the exam, but make sure you are familiar with those things. And you know what? It will go with you because once you're professionally registered, you'll remember these things and you won't need to go and look it up. It will be embedded in your memory because you studied it for this exam. So just again, a little bit about the scenario-based questions, logical reasoning, and role identification. Know what your role as a professional is compared to others. What's the role of the other consultants? Nkosi just spoke about the role of the principal agent versus the project manager. There is a difference, and if you are in that placed in that scenario and have to answer the question, make sure where you are positioned and how you would answer that. The contractual knowledge, we will be going through the JBCC in more detail. But I think the agreement that we went through today forms a really strong basis for how we then look at that JBCC contracts. I think the main difference is the contract is not with you. The JBCC contract you administer, and it's between the client and the contractor. So that's quite a different role that you've got there. And you simply stand on the side and kind of look after it, to put it very, very unlegal in unlegal terms. Simulation of practice benefit. Yeah, I think it's also, if you have been practicing for a while, or you've been working in an office, you draw from that experience. Think about the projects that you've been involved in. Try and think how that might become part of a question that you could be answered and how you would answer it based on your experiences. So again, or speak to people in your office and ask them, pick their brains on things that you're not sure about. Okay, then just some final tips and resources. There is use the SACA PPE guide, the study materials, and the JBCC agreements. They're really essential preparation tools. Make sure you've gone through all of them. These are then all the only documents that can go into your open book exam. We've had that confirmation. Yeah, we are obviously, there might be, the VAs might also be having sessions. So if you belong to a voluntary association, keep your eye open. Maybe in the next week they are also having us. I've seen some notices. Use that. Yeah, what else? Focus, confidence. Be confident. I think that's really important. Don't stress. It's not going to help you. I think that's really the end of my presentation. I'm not too sure if we should be going. I think we need to open the floor for more questions. I'll look at the Q&A just to see if there's anything else. Vanele and Zama, I'm not sure if you want to open the floor and actually have people ask questions, or if we can just go through these. There's been a lot of questions about getting the exam rules. I'm sure that will be sent out very urgently. There's a question on the board notice regarding the fees. I would imagine that we're going to use the 2025, and I also saw there's a question about VAT. I would think that we would use the current VAT. The example that's in the book is obviously what was available at the start of the year when that book was developed, the guidelines. So I assume we will use whatever they, you know, saying we as SACP, we are representing SACP here, but I would assume that when the papers are marked, it's based on the real conditions. That just makes sense. I'm not too sure. What else, Vanilla? Do you want to respond
I
to
think,
questions? Yeah.
thank you, Doctor. Doctor, in our question and answer sessions there, some of the candidates were asking some questions, and I was of the view that we can pack them for later. I think this is the opportune time now to just try to deal with them. I see there is a hand from Christian Darwell. Maybe if I can give him the platform to just ask a question so that
Okay,
the
so they'll be
esteemed
able to
panel,
speak now.
yes, yes, so that the esteemed
Okay.
panel can directly deal with
Okay.
it.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Mr. Darwell,
Okay.
you can shoot. You are muted, sir. Christian Darwell, you are on mute.
Hi, how are you?
Good, sir, good. Proceed with your question.
Sorry, I think that was a mistake on my part earlier during the meeting. I don't have any questions. I think
Okay.
most of it has been addressed with the Q&A sessions.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Maybe drop your
There's
hand.
no other hand up.
Okay. There's
Oh,
one.
there's
Francois.
Francois. There's Francois there. Francois, unmute your mic and shoot.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for the presentations. Quite thorough. I just want to confirm now. I heard you said that we would be referring to the professional fees guideline of 2025. I do know the syllabus is saying 2023. Just scared that we've obviously now studied that material and yeah, aren't necessarily up to speed with the 2025 version. Is that correct?
Okay,
And
I think Swanele, we probably just need to finalize that. I would assume that we write on the most latest version because in the guideline, and Louis, please, if you have any suggestions here, it 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 says you need to make sure that you have the latest version. So I'm not sure. Swanele, do you know?
no, Doctor. I would have to go and have a look. But
Yeah.
what you have highlighted that it speaks about the latest
Yeah.
guideline that is what I also knew. But if Francois is saying the rules speak about the 2023 one, we're just gonna have to revisit and then we can advise him via email.
Yes, I think we need to just clarify that, but it does say latest. I think one needs to just consider that this document might be an update from the previous year, and therefore there might be some dates that are inconsistent. But I don't know, Louis, do you have any comment on this?
Not at this stage. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, so we will clarify that, Francois, and I think whatever the answer is will be communicated back to everyone writing. But I would assume it's the latest. We would work on the latest one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks.
Perhaps, Doctor, we can revert in the next session, the coming Saturday.
I think before that, I think when the exam information is sent out from Zama, I think because as Franz was saying, they'd be preparing during this week, and our next session is only a few days before the exam. So let's try and finalize that. We can clarify that, and when any communication goes out to the candidates, that can also be clarified. I'll make a note of that. Thanks.
Thank you, Doctor. Ruben, you may come through.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to ask, a lot of candidates are asking if we can have a pen and blank paper with us for paper one.
To
With no
make
notes on it,
notes.
just a blank paper, just to do calculations on rough calculations and rough notes during their exam.
I think that's a requirement. How would you get to the
Okay.
answers
Well, I
if
mean, they
you
were told
don't?
that we're not allowed to have it. Please note that
Really? Okay.
having it for
Svanele,
not
any
with
any comment
substitute.
from your side?
No, I think it's logical to have a rough sketching paper there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, Ruben, it's kind of when you write maths papers, you will get
Yeah,
like
yeah.
extra sheets of paper, as long
And
as
then
it's
I
blank. Yeah.
sorry, I've got another question. I was told that the May 2025 May candidates could have digital devices as long as they were offline with the notes on them, with the not the notes, with the allowed
The
documents on them.
documents. Yeah.
Is that still allowed? And if not, why
Um,
is that not allowed anymore?
I would, Svanele, do you have clarity on that?
Oh, yes, I was engaging Mr. Munetsi earlier on regarding extra gadgets. They will not be allowed because if that is allowed, then there is a likelihood of cheating in the sense that it wouldn't be easy for SACAP to pick up if the other gadgets are not used for internet access and the like, where people would then get would Google answers and the like. So that is the rationale behind saying that the extra devices will not be allowed.
I think the problem, Ruben, is people took advantage of it and their cheating was picked up. So it's unfortunate.
Okay, no, thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Sorry about that, but that it kind of, yeah, one can imagine people take advantage of it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Emmy?
Hi. I have two questions. One following up on the blank piece of paper. Can we bring in a blank payment certificate for the paper two? Because it might just help logically work through the question.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that one. I'm gonna have to take guidance and then probably revert to you via email. If you could drop us an email.
That would be great. And then the other thing I was wondering if please, when you send out the list of study requirements, if you could just confirm the percentage of VAT that is being calculated for or used in the exams, if the people are using 15% or 15.5 when they create the memo.
Doctor, are we not relying on the current VAT percentage?
We will use the current VAT percentage. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
It's
Thank
just
you.
again, the documents were developed when it was different. So please bear with that. Changes happen.
No, cool. Thank you very much.
If they raise the
You're
VAT
welcome.
tomorrow, you will have to adjust it. Yeah.
Okay. Nadine? Nadine, unmute and come through. Okay. Nadine is no longer there. Kyle, come in.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Since it's been confirmed that we're not allowed to use digital devices in paper two, there was a question earlier numerous times, but I don't think it was answered properly. So I have numerous study material from the list provided from SACAP that have notes on highlights, sticky notes. Is that permitted? Because I don't see that we need to be printing blank pieces of paper again. Not blank pieces, but if you know what I mean. That's not going to be highlighted in that for the exam.
So you say you want to come through with your highlighted documents?
Yes, for paper 2. That have
Yeah.
extra notes on them. They have notes, sticky notes, you name it, summarized versions of the study material itself.
Again, sir, we need to consult, but it doesn't appear to be right. If you bring in extra notes, your own extra notes, as opposed to what would have been provided to you.
It's provided to us. So let's give an example. The SIRE study aid that's on the SACAP website as some of the source material. In that book, there are sticky notes. There's taking or condensing 3 pages of the types of business entities onto 1 page. On that same page, the information there, would that be seen as cheating? Or I think it's important to get that clarified, because if candidates are needed to then print additional documents of what they have for the sake of them not having highlights or notes on them, yeah, it can be costly, I think, as well.
Okay, let's ask you to drop an email, sir, so that we can make the necessary take the necessary guidance, and then we'll revert to you by email.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Gillian?
Hi there. I just have a quick question. I was just a bit confused with the Q&As, and I just wanted some clarification. Someone asked if we're allowed to bring the professional practice examination guide 2025 that is given to us by SACAP. Are we allowed to bring that in for the exam for paper 2?
Zama, can you come in there?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. But the policy says if it is part of the study material provided by SACAP, then it's fine. But as of highlighted documents or highlighted the material, that we will find out and revert back. But if the information you're willing to come with is part of the listed study material, then that is fine.
Thank you, Zama. Are you good, Gillian?
Sorry, I just wanted to find out, I'm just a bit confused because on your guys' thing, you gave us the study guide. So would that then be part of the material?
I think so, Julian. I think that's what it is.
Okay, thank you so much.
I cannot see how it's provided and it's study material, but you can't bring it because the Zama earlier on checked the examination policy document or the guidelines that you will be provided, and that's the phrase says study material provided by SACAP, and that's one of them. So maybe there was just confusion earlier on in the Q&A.
Thank you, Doctor. Maxwell? Maxwell? Okay, Maxwell is gone. Cecilia? Cecilia, unmute and come. Cecilia is also no longer available. Kebetswe?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, sir.
I just wanted to find out. I just sent an email last week just to confirm about booking a spot at the SACAP offices. So I haven't received any confirmation or feedback in regards to that.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Kiabetu. Can you please resend the email shortly, maybe now if you can, so I can just add you in a moment.
Okay.
Thank you, Kia.
Thank you.
Matilda?
Hi, guys.
Hello,
My,
Matilda.
my question is, once the ExamNet portal has been open, how many tries or how often can we access the site until you guys close it again?
Zama?
Okay, Matilda, do you mean the demo?
Yes.
Okay, no, the demo is open now. You can try as much as you want. No problem. I think it will be closed just before the actual exam. Then if you have any questions regarding the exam net, then you can just post them there. If you look at it, if you've been through that site, I'm sure you've seen like there's a teacher notes or chat. Then you can just put any questions there. Now, I was going to say that after the webinar is done, then because now I think I've opened it, I will just double check. So you can just go in and start practicing. And if you have any questions, then you can just ask.
All right, thanks. Follow-up question. Do we need a PIN to access that? Because I know some of us got it through email, but I also know that some people did not get the email. So is it now open to everyone, even without the code, or do you need that specific code to enter the portal?
Okay. Oh, on the email I've sent with the link, it also came with the key code to log in. The reason why maybe you couldn't go in maybe today is because I've closed it yesterday night. So that we can have this meeting and then I can just open it and then you can start with the practicing. The key code is the one that's provided in the email.
All right, thanks. And for those that have not received that email with the key code, what can they do?
Okay, so if they haven't received, because it came with the link and the key code. If you haven't received the link, please let me know. I will just send the link to those who haven't received, because I've sent through to all those who are eligible. So if you haven't received it and you are eligible, please let me know, then I can just resend it to you.
All right, thanks, Emma.
Thanks, Matilda.
Zama, I think additionally, maybe it's a point you were going to touch on later, I don't know. But the fact that communication is sent through to the contact details that SACAP has on record. If people have changed their contact details, maybe that could be another reason why they are not receiving stuff.
Maybe that's why, because all of those which are applied and they are eligible to write, I've sent those communication yesterday, I think to about 243 of them. If they haven't received it, because I did get like communication from some saying they haven't received it, but some they did. Maybe they didn't get it. It went through spam or junk, because that does happen at times. Let them just double check if they can find the emails through junk or spam.
Thank you, Mr. Mzamo. Sitapu? Sitapu, it's not there. Takutwa?
Hello. I just wanted to find out if you are allowed to bring in the the standards scientific calculators.
Zama, is there anything preventing candidates from bringing standard calculators?
No, on the policy, there's no mention of not bringing in a type of a calculator. But just to be sure, I will confirm with Mr. Monetsi to find out if a scientific calculator is it fine or not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Takutso.
Sorry, I think I was battling with my audio. Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hi, can you hear me?
Is that Mr. Mloi?
Yes, correct.
Yes, Mr. Mloi, come.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just have two short questions. To Zama and whoever else it's applicable to. All the questions that are being asked right now in the verbal Q&As that you've asked for email for the candidates to email the questions, can those be shared in maybe a list format of all the questions and all the answers so that everybody can get a copy? And then two, I am on the exam portal, and on there it requires a student number. So I just wanted to know what we are meant to do in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, the student number is your SACAP registration number, as you have it.
Oh, okay, understood. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
Okay, leader, because on the email I did mention it that your student number, you will enter your SACAP number. Just look through that email. I did mention it there.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much.
Alexandra?
Hi, can you hear me? No.
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, sorry. Just to clarify one point. On the study material, approved study material, the SACAP guideline is not there.
No.
Confirming that we can take it in now.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Alexander. You mean the professional the one that was used on the webinar?
Yes, the one that was referenced here.
Yes. Okay, because the doctor just shared it with me. It's fine. I can send it. Please just send me an email because I've been sending to lots of people who are on the meeting. Sorry it was not updated or uploaded on the website, but I have it now. I'll be sending it through to everyone. If you can just drop me an email to say you haven't received it, then I can just send it through to you.
No, I think sorry, I think my question was maybe not delivered correctly. I have the PPE study guide. I just want to know if I can take it into paper 2, even though it is it's not listed on SACAP's approved study material.
Oh, okay. So no, but I will confirm that with you. Ne? I will respond to you on Monday just to see if that can be included.
Yeah, we can also just clarify that in next week once you have that information.
Wolfgang.
Oh, hi. I was wondering why I couldn't speak, and now I can. My question was, it was basically the previous person also asking about it. I just wanted to get access or have that SACAP PPE study guide sent to me, but I'm actually busy typing an email to Zama now requesting it.
Okay, thank you. Zama will forward it to you. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Thank you.
All right. Alexi?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, excellent. Thank you. My question is more procedural. I'm wondering whether separate information will be sent out to candidates that are opting to write in person regarding any specific procedural stuff that needs to happen at SACAP's offices. For instance, I assume that everything format-wise will be exactly the same, that it'll just be a physical paper with an answer sheet, and that all of the physical documents then that we're using for paper 2 will then be brought in as well.
Zama?
Yes, if I can come through, leader. Thank you there, Mr. Alexi. So what you need to bring, you bring your own laptop. So SACAP will provide you with a desk and a space to write, but you will be writing on your computer on the software. You won't be writing on a hard copy.
Okay, so it is still an online exam. It's just at SACAP's offices. All right, thank you so much.
Yes.
Clarifies
Yes.
all sorts of things. Thanks so much.
Just that you won't need the use of an external camera. You will be invigilated by physical people.
Great, thank you.
Karen?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. I did type it in the questions, but I just wanted to know, is there a specific number that we have to call in case of emergency? This is during we write the exam. Because I know in the past that you had to call Ricky Moodley, but I don't think he works for SakeUp anymore. So yeah, I'm just not sure. Is there a specific number that we have to call in case of emergency?
Okay, Zama is the contact person. The same number that you used to reach Ricky on is the same number that you will reach Zama on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Nadine?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I just want to know something. I've got one question. So in the new study guide, the 2025 study guide, SACAP study guide, on page 66, it says, focus on the JBCC Principal Building Agreement for this year's paper. Can I go on that and just focus on the PBA and not really focus on the minor works or the contract, that's, yeah. I just want to confirm that with regards to the JBCC contract.
Doctor, it looks like the candidate wants a scope.
Yeah, Louis, do you want to just respond to that? I think, yeah, I'll leave you to answer.
I think one needs to focus on all the contracts, all the type of contract. We can't guarantee, as we do not set the exams, that that there will be a specific focus on one type of contract. I think rather study all the contracts. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I think maybe the other way to look at it also is that a lot of the principles are the same. So although that's what's said there, I think if you have a good understanding of that one, then obviously you will understand all of them quite well. I hope that makes sense.
Thank you.
But you're right, Louis. It doesn't help we say yes and then there's questions on the others.
Cecilia, didn't we attend to you already? Okay, it looks like the ones remaining here were attended to. They just forgot to lower their hands. Okay, Mr. Zama, when I come through just to do a final touch up.
Oh, okay, no, thank you, the leader.
Sorry.
Uh,
Hi.
yes, Maxwell.
Sorry. My mic got a bit um crazy over there. So I just wanted to ask, right? Since SACAP has implemented this thing of writing online and you can set as a camera, would there be surely a safety guide or any form of presentation or any illustration where we can be shown where to place our camera, how do we sit so that we can be individuated correctly? Because some of us, yes, we do have our work desks, but it will be a good, clear indication on how to set ourselves so that you guys don't think we're cheating or we're doing anything that is not allowed.
Okay, thank you, Maxwell. Maxwell, the understanding is that the second camera should be in your room or in your office when you undertake the exam, should be capable of showing us your workspace. For example, we should see uh, when you type, we should see the laptop right in front of you. But I know from time to time, invigilators can ask you to just do a 360. I hope you will not be offended when that happens, just for you to show us where you are and what is happening there. So what I'm trying to say is the camera that will be used to look at you, to invigilate you, should show us your workspace. All right, Mr.
So should it be, is it only one camera or two cameras? Because um should it happen, like, some of our spaces are not designed the same, but I think it will be very much more illustrious, if maybe we are shown an illustration of something, because this is kind of like a thing where maybe I'm placing my camera wrongly, or maybe because on the day we are writing, you can't really tell how to like maneuver or navigate yourself around this whole exam thingy.
Okay, Zama, is it not so that when the candidates undertake these exams, we can communicate with them
Perhaps since
and give them
since it's maybe like two, uh,
Maxwell? Maxwell is gone again.
no, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
still here. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Maxwell.
Yes. Thanks, Mzamo. Thanks. Yes. So, because I was perhaps like thinking, because there's like 2 weeks or a week or so to write, perhaps maybe SACAP can include that in one of their study guidey or whatever the thing that you guys send to us, because it really is important so that we know, and then it's for you guys moving forward to other exams that are going to be held in later years.
Oh, okay, Maxwell. Do you still want to add?
No,
He's
I'm
just
good now.
asking, Zama, he's asking for an illustration that could help guide them how to set themselves up, where the
Okay.
camera needs to be. I know that in some cases you use your phone as a camera on one hand, or you have a laptop with a camera. I'm not sure. It's a good question. I would have the same kind of stress, like, am I doing it right? Am I going to be seen as if I'm cheated? So maybe some form of guidance, maybe just speak to the guys there at your offices, that some more guidance can be provided, and maybe we can touch on this in next week as well. Just clarity on how to set yourself up. Um, Yeah.
So over and above the explanation that the second camera must just look at, or rather must just display your workspace there. It must show what is happening on your laptop when you type there, where you sit. So is Maxwell saying over and above that?
He's just not sure how to set himself up. I think Maxwell,
Yeah, I'm just not sure how to set myself up because like the thing is, right, you I don't know how many cameras we need. That's number one. And number two, two cameras, all right. And how does the whole system work that two cameras are going to be projected into you guys? You know, all those type of things that make you guys, because you know, like the previous guys that wrote these exams, I mean, they done and finished and they wouldn't care about all of that. But it's just, I think it's a very important point because since SACAP has implemented this implementation, it's important to have an illustration on in these guidelines, a drawing or anything. I mean, we are SACAP, so an architectural act
I'm
or
sure
whatever.
something can be done. Vanilla will come up or something. Come on.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah,
communicate
because I mean,
with
yeah,
the bigger brains
thank you
there.
so much. Because you can say in words, but I mean,
Yeah,
it
just a
won't.
basic diagram might just help.
Yeah, just a basic diagram. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Right. Cool.
Yeah, no, we will engage on that one. Thanks, Maxwell.
Great. Got a few more people. I don't know if they repeat or it's getting quite late. I think we all like to close.
Yeah, we were meant to run until 6. Sure.
Can we ask that those with more questions, please just send them via email? And yeah, I think that's a fair point.
Yeah, Zama, please come in and just in closing, sir.
No, thank you there, leader. No, I think now the important part, thank you to all examiners, the doc and Mr. Luis and Ghost Corner.
Presenters, please.
Yes,
Don't
to the
confuse us.
presenters. Thank you all for your time, and thank you all to all the candidates who came in. Thank you for taking your time and to attend the preparatory meeting. So my emphasis now will be to all the candidates. If you can just take your time to go through the ExamNet demo, just go through it, see how it is made, how it can work for you. And then, because what you will notice with that ExamNet demo, it works exactly like the actual one. So once you are logged in that demo account, so you will see there's no way for you to access any other page or any other site. If you do attempt to access maybe any other site or a page, the system will lock you out. And then if maybe you leave your computer unattended, maybe for about 30 seconds, the computer will lock you out. In any case that you'll want to use maybe a restroom, on the platform, you can just send a chat or a message to your teacher saying, okay, I would like to use a restroom. So we can just pause and understand when you come back, we'll let you in. Just some of the things you will need to check. So that's why I'm suggesting that after the meeting, just have a look, go through it, and if you have any questions, then you can ask them. You can just send even on the chat. I will also log in to attend to any questions or on the ExamNet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mzamo. Colleagues, I think we've come to the end of today's session. I'd like to express my sincere thanks to the panelists, to the candidates alike. Hoping today was a day worth everybody's while. Let us convene again in the next webinar on the 11th of October in preparation for the exam. Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you, Svanele. Thank you, Zama. Just on the chat or on the Q&A, I noticed there was a request if the questions and answers just can be compiled and shared generally. I think that might be a good idea. But otherwise, thank you very much, and I hope it was worth everyone's while. Goodbye.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Doctor.
much.
Goodbye.
Thank you. Bye.